BD coming in with the hydrate. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am sleepy as fuck, but let's grab some water. Glass that's on the ground so the cat doesn't knock it over on the electronics. How's everybody doing? Welcome on in, welcome on in. Hold on, let me alt-tab to Rimworld so it actually opens up on y'all's screen. I don't know why I said y'all, I'm not southern at all. Gaming Ant Boy. What is Pokedex Enter 0316? Is it your mom? Sorry. I'm sorry. Random questions get random answers. I'm sorry. Thanks, BD. All right. All kidding included. Let's play some Rimworld. Okay. I am not even halfway through my first cup of coffee this morning because I decided to get roasted chicken and eat hummus and pita. And, I mean, coffee goes with everything, but, I had to mix and match a little bit with some lemonade, some coffee, etc., etc. Now, if I remember correctly, we've got a whole bunch of sight stealers just kicking about on the exterior of our base. So, hi everybody, hiya, hi Barb, Sparta, Gaming Ant Boy, BD. How's everybody doing today? It's the Pokemon Gulpin. I was going to say Gulpin these nuts, but you didn't even look it up. No. I'm not gonna Google Pokemon as I'm starting stream. That just seems like a bad idea. I will listen to the screaming kid. Hey bud, what are you doing? You got treats. You got breakfast. You got dry food, water. You got a laser pointer that's like automatically being a laser pointer for you. You got snuggles this morning. I mean, you did get shortchanged like, half an hour on living room time, but is that really worth screaming about? Is it really worth screaming about? You're licking your paw. You're not actually mad. You just want to be obnoxious. There is a sussy Pokemon. I have a little bit of experience with Pokemon. So, when I was younger, every once in a while, I'd watch the Pokemon show, like the OG with Ash and Pikachu and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how much of it I watched, because it's all kind of a blur, and memories get, like, foggy over time, and blah, 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 and all that good stuff, right? But, I didn't really get super into it. I didn't get into the card game when it came out, because I was more into Magic the Gathering, which, for anybody who doesn't know, Magic came before Pokemon. No, there's no question. No, it's not an opinion. 100% Magic came before Pokemon. But anyway, I didn't play the card game. Didn't get into any of the, like, collectible plushie stuff or anything like that. Basically, my biggest experience with Pokemon is when Pokemon Go came out. And I got into it because I was like, this is actually freaking cool. Like, this technology is really some next level shit. I like this. Just the idea of augmented reality as something you could engage with on a regular basis easily just seemed really cool to me. Among Us? Hilarious. And so, I got Pokemon Go, like, I think the day or the second day it came out. And me and my roommate, who's even older than me, we went out and walked around. There's a college down the street, and literally the streets... I live in LA, but not like downtown LA proper. I live out in the valley, which is basically like the suburbs, but I live down the street from a college, right? And so we start walking, and we're just following where the people are. It is still a thing. Not for me, though, because I accidentally transferred my best Pokemon, so I'll never install it again. I had a really badass Dragonite, and I got on one day and it was gone, and I was like, the last time I remember getting on, I was transferring off all my garbage Pokemon, and I was like, I bet I accidentally transferred my Dragonite, so never gonna install that app again. Stupid past Nether screwing me over, taking away my Dragonite. But anyway, yeah, that was the biggest thing. And the reason I got into it, like I said, is more about the social phenomenon. Magic, you pay the currency to play the monsters and attacking is free. Pokemon, the monsters are free and the attacks take currency. Oh my god. I've never heard it put that way. That's great. That's fantastic. I love that. I've been playing Magic on Arena. Arena is like a free-to-play version of Magic. It's not a direct comparison to Paper Magic. There are definitely differences, and the series don't go all the way back. Like, they only go back, like, I don't even know if they go back halfway. It's not like some, like, it's a good version of the game. Like, a lot of people give it shit because it's not real Magic, but it's good, and it's accessible. But it's the same free-to-play paradigm as most other stuff out there. You do daily quests, like, you know, destroy 20 of your opponent's monsters, do 15 damage with black creatures, play 30 blue spells, something like that. And you play, you know, as long as it's not direct matches, that counts towards those. You get in-game gold currency, and then you can use that to get packs of cards. If you get duplicate rares, they give you a wild card that you can use to get whatever rares you want. I love it. Ant Boy, you're fucking on today, man. We need to get this man a microphone, a stage, and a bottle of water. I want to come to your stand-up act, my dude. The age-old paradigm. You can, if you spend money, you can definitely do it quickly, but it is one of those things, if you like the game enough and you're willing to grind, for the most part, no, free-to-play and pay-to-win are two different things. Free-to-play is, the game is free, you play the game, everything in the game is earnable, and the game is achievable in a reasonable manner without paying any money for it. But if you want some extras to go along with, then you get extras. Pay-to-win is, the game is designed to hook you in, and then it becomes almost impossible to progress without spending real money. So you will always lose because you don't have any money invested. I had a really good win rate going during the Thunder Junction series because I was really into it. There, Venn diagram with some overlap, and though, yeah, that makes that's a good way to put it too. So I had a really good win rate because the thing about Magic is if you're clever, you can win with shitty cards. Like, it's not 100% true. You do need, but with the wild card system, it'd be really a lot better for free players if they could get more wild cards. But there's also not third-party advertisements in the app, and I'll take a longer grind over having an ad banner in the middle of my game any fucking day. So, one of the reasons I haven't been playing much lately is that they deviated from their normal formula on Modern Horizons 3. Modern Horizons 3, for anybody who's somewhere in the middle of knowing and not knowing about Magic, it's kind of, I think you would call it some sort of supplemental set. Not really a supplemental set, because it is a full set, but it was designed directly for the format of Modern, because Magic has all these different formats with different ban lists and different rules. And we're just letting the colony play in the background. I don't actually know what we can do at the moment other than just let it go. So I'm just running my mouth about Magic while we hide inside from the sight stealers. So the way they do it is with the Mastery Pass, like League of Legends and a lot of other games out there, where, like, if you log on and do your daily quests and win matches each day, you get points towards the Mastery, and every level or two you get a reward. In Magic, it's usually a pack of cards. You know, it's on Arena, it's 8 cards, I think. In real life, I think the packs are 15. And so you can usually earn, between the dailies that get you the gold and the dailies that get you the experience towards Mastery, you could get a pack to 3 packs a day pretty easily, I think. And when I was playing Thunder Junction's Mastery, I would get my max daily wins, my max weekly wins, and do all of my dailies as they came up. And I collected something like 80% of the series. Like, I had like 80% of the cards. All the ones I wanted, at least. Any ones that I didn't get in packs, I used my wild cards to get for decks I wanted. And I built some pretty badass decks. Now, free-to-play is not always ads upon ads. Wizards does it well. A lot of people give them shit for Arena because, you know, thing about Magic, the old Magic players, and I'm one of them, so I feel bad because I think they're misrepresenting the game's vibe, and from my age group, they're all salty. Because Magic isn't what it was back in the day. In my day, you had to pay more mana to get way less of a creature. In my day, packs had more cards. In my day. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. It's not your day. Time keeps on changing. You know, and from BoJack Horseman, time's arrow marches forward. Yo, Shadowhunter, what's going on? Welcome to Rimworld, or Magic the Gathering, depending on whether you're watching the video or listening to the conversation. We've got a pretty stable colony, and we're hemmed in by a massive group of sight stealers dicking around outside our base. So we're just kind of watching our people mill around and keep their mood up and eat food and make beer while we talk about the ins and outs of free-to-play versus pay-to-win, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, all those other things, because we are diverse gamers here. I'm Nethercloud, by the way. I stream Monday through Saturday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard. If one of them gets downed, hell, I'll capture as many of them as we can fit in this room that get downed. But I got slaughtered. Nice. Rimworld, I'm guessing? Or are we talking another game? Are we talking Magic? Did you get slaughtered in Magic and you happen to come into a Rimworld stream? Okay, Rimworld, okay. Yeah, I thought we had like 40 hours in this, and then yesterday everybody was like, Nether, you're doing math completely wrong. You have 80 hours in this playthrough. So we started out with a rich explorer. I'll go back to my Magic rant later. We started out with a rich explorer who is now dead. The first attempt at this we lost within the first hour or two of the first stream. Then obviously we were like, well, let's not take too much time picking a pawn because, you know, it's a good chance we're going to lose at least a few more times before we get the boat on the ocean here. And coincidentally, that run, the second attempt is now this current run. Tom is dead, though. Tom was the namesake. Marriage is on. Hell yeah, everybody get married. Wait a sec. Did that say Julie Pixels is getting married to Julie Pixels? Grump. Okay, sorry. I saw Julie Pixels, period, Julie Pixels. I was like, is Julie marrying herself? Can you do that? I want to do that. I love me. I'm pretty badass. Just kidding. What are your plants growing on? Hydroponics. We've got 2 full hydroponic setups. And we've got a fucking absolute mountain of goddamn meat because we've had so many migration events. That is a thing? Hell yeah. Now, what's the temperature in here? 70F. I'm going to do something real quick. We're going to put the waste packs. We can't put them outside. We need to freeze the waste packs. This is going to get to be a problem. Oh, no, we had them in the transport pod. Can I add to the transport pod? Okay, I think we can add to the transport pod. I forgot about that. They go on and off based on the day. So, like, it's nighttime right now. 10 p.m. if you go on the 12-hour cycle. I live in America, so I do the 12-hour thing. I'm gradually, slowly but surely leaning towards Celsius and 24-hour clocks the more I hang out on the internet. Waste pack more like deadly weapon. I'm honestly tempted to drop it on Tribals, Gaming Ant Boy, because if we get a retaliation raid from dropping waste packs on people right now, the sight stealers should just fucking shred them. And then we clean up the leftovers. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's not a bad idea. I mean, we don't need food at the moment. More like free meat, absolutely. We had that. Were you in the Discord? Because we had that conversation. We were talking about using one of the anomaly creeps to transmute steel into gold, and Barb was talking about decorating her base in gold. Sparta was like, wait, what about all the wealth? What happens when you've got like 150 plus tribals come to your map? And she was like, free food. I am doing well, Crow. How you doing, my man? Hey, sorry I was so spacey when we were hanging out the other day. I was doing a lot of math and planning in Dyson Sphere program, which I'm excited we're going to be working on our stream version, our stream playthrough for Dyson tomorrow. For anybody who's coming in who's new, I'm only about 3 days into the game. I've gotten pretty far, but I still don't know everything that can be built. Oh, you are about 1,000 hours short of finishing the tutorial. This game gets stupid complicated. It has taken, like I said, about 80 hours to get to the point where I can sit here like this. Like, up until, like, the last few streams, I've literally been like, pause. What the fuck are we doing? How do we get food? How do we clothe our people? Okay, let's go. Okay, pause. What are we doing? How do we keep our people fed? We're running low on this. We're running low on that. Okay, let's go. Okay, pause. Like, nobody has the right clothing on. We're going to freeze to death. So, they aren't just free food. Free mech cores. True. What was I saying? I have no idea. It doesn't matter what I was saying. Nothing matters. Free meat delivery, tribals. No, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but coffee will help. Or not. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Rimworld. Tuesday, Thursday, Oxygen not included. Saturday is our wild card day. Currently doing stream playthrough of Dyson Sphere program. Those of you who are in Discord, I just dropped a screenshot in general. That's one character's damage output. Oh, are you showing off your modded Android pawns? Sparta knows what's up when it comes to mods. Tom is all about the mods too, but Tom hasn't been in here very much in a little while, so he pops in every once in a while, so we know he's okay, which I appreciate. I get attached to my community members, and I like to know everybody's okay. What are we doing? I guess I should, like, pay a little bit of attention to the game. Good luck with that fighter jet. You're going to lurk while I build a fighter jet and Trailmaker. Take care of your... All right, will do. You have yourself some fun, Crow. And if you ever get into Dyson, like you said you might, let me know. I got some tips and tricks I can throw your way. Plus, we're going to be streaming it tomorrow. 1% incoming damage. Okay, so here is the exciting part of each stream. You ready, kitty? Come here, kitty boy. You're going to do it, so I'm going to grab you. Come here, Appa. Oh, it's a good boy. This is Tachyon. This is my boy. We have a moment or a dozen of moments throughout stream. Usually within the first 10 minutes to half hour, he comes to bug me. The thing that killed me was the fact that I didn't have components to build better guns. I had all the research done to build all the way up to a minigun, but zero components. Yeah, there's a couple of sayings in the community, a couple of like standard issue tropes. One of them is ABC, always buy components. If a trader comes on map, buy their components. If you send someone out to caravan to trade, buy components. We didn't need to be as on it with this playthrough because we were more ABF, always buy food, for quite some time. We're now at the stage where we can make our own components and advanced components, and we had some gold on map, so we got a little stockpile of gold to make advanced components. Most of our plasteel currently, we had some plasteel dropping a meteorite on map, and we made that into outer walls, which feels like a waste sometimes, but that 840 durability is going to come in clutch, being how small our base is. But a lot of our, I never had traders who would sell them, so my next playthrough, I'm going to make caravans so I can trade and not kill my neighbors. Yeah, it's a good idea. A couple of tips for trading. Now, I play on 500% losing is fun. I don't know if you know what that is yet since you're newer to the game, but I'm sure you saw losing is fun as the hardest difficulty. So when someone online says 500% losing is fun, and stop me if this is extra information, but for anybody out there who's listening, here, there, in the VOD, my hair's a little fluffy today. Got to throw something in it, do a little haircut soon. So we go into the custom settings, set everything to losing is fun, because you can set it to your standard gameplay, and then take the slider of threat from 220 up to 500%. It's a pretty standard issue amongst challenge players in Rimworld. I don't do no pause. You'll notice I can pause the game, no problem. If you want defense, make a very specific design. Heat room. Burn boxes are great. There are a lot of really good kill box designs. I'm imposing additional challenges on myself. We're not using any kill boxes. We're not using any traps. We will use choke points. That's why we've got the double doorway situation going, but I don't consider that a trap or a kill box. That's just a choke point. We're also not using any mods, so we don't have any overpowered weapons. We don't have improved pathfinding, any of that. And so that's the challenge of the run. Sea Ice, which has very little resources. I saw just a recommendation for others. Yeah, no, of course. I agree with you. Listen to Ant Boy. Burn boxes are great. And since I'm the one here running his mouth on camera, I'll explain what a burn box is. We'll grab the planning tool. So, for anybody who's not sure or whatever, so Killbox designs always, not always, but often and almost always have like a zigzag pattern. Like a hallway leading up to them, right? So, something like, zoom in, Nether, then you have more control over the cursor. Something like this, right? So, the enemies come in here and loop through here. Or loop, I did this wrong, but... So they start coming in here and they loop through here, so they come out here. And then you have people sitting here to shoot them, right? That's a standard, like, zigzag leading up to a kill box. Squat time! And hey, killer. Okay, we're gonna do a squat, then I'll explain how burn boxes work. Alright. We're doing squats on stream now, and hydrates. Please hit me with them if you got the points, because I need more liquid in my life, and I need somebody else to hold me accountable for exercise, because I sure as fuck won't do it on my own time. That was a free hydrate, though, because and whenever you guys trigger anything. How you doing, Killer? Let's do a shout out for Killer right here. I'm sorry you got a headache last night, my dude. Whenever you feel like hanging, hit me up. Like, I don't always have my sounds on for Discord, so sometimes I miss incoming messages, but I've been trying to hang out in lobby chat as much as possible. Killer Jam 25. Guys, Killer has been streaming a lot of zombie games lately, but also plays Rimworld, a little bit of Ani, a little bit of everything. Great person. Even if you don't like the games he's playing, go follow him anyway, because he's a sweetheart. Wonderful human being. Killer's one of those, like, anti-intuitive names. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Killer Jam is a versatile gamer, diving into everything from Rimworld to city builders. They've been chilling in Once Human, exploring new features in 7 Days to Die, and surviving zombies in Project Zomboid. Minecraft casual finishing touch-ups and sniping in Battlefield 2042 for some PvP action. Tune in for a mix of relaxation and excitement. And that is Killer's description as told by FrostyBot the AI. So, back to talking about kill boxes, since we can't really do anything with the Sight Stealers outside. So, kill box, like, basically, you know, you have your base over here, whatever, you know. You know, this is inside your base walls, whatever. And, you know, you set up some cover back here, whatever. I'm not going to go into all the specifics. There's plenty of tutorials. And you shoot guys as they come around the corner. There's ways to force collision. This is here for drop pod raids. We do need to actually... Can I connect you? Yeah, let's power you on. Because I think we can afford the power. That's going to be a distraction. So... You can use turrets, so like what you can do is, so when enemies come on map, they can overlap. They don't have collision. They can't collide with each other. You can, once they get close enough to a pawn or an animal or a turret that's is it powered? I don't even think it has to be powered. Once they get close enough to certain things like that in the game, it forces collision and they bubble out. I was getting to that, Ant Boy. So what you do is somehow you force collision over here. An easy way to do it is you go into structures, and like right near the entrance here, you put in like doors like that, and you put in a... Where is my security? And you slap down a turret there, and you forbid these doors and leave them closed. The raiders can technically see the turrets through the door, but if they have a path to a colonist or anything more valuable, they're just going to ignore the doorways, and they won't aggro to the turret inside. So this will force collision. They'll balloon out here. And then, like Antboy was saying, you're going to want to put either sandbags, fences, or barricades every other tile. Like that, you know, well, not like that. And what that does is it forces collision. They have to slow down to get up, slow down to get off, slow down to get up, slow down to get off. There are instances, and I know not as much about this, you'd have to go check out Adam vs. Everything, where you put columns alternating with them like that. I don't know why that is that he does that. He explained it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. But that kind of forces them to slowly come single file through here for you to murder them. Now, that's a standard issue Killbox. Again, very loose. There's a lot of nuance to it. Distances to weapons, peak range around corners, all that stuff. So if you're really interested, I would suggest going to watch Francis John and Adam vs. Everything's tutorials. They do a good job explaining it, although a lot of Killbox designs have been quite nerfed by the new AI and pathfinding mechanics from 1.5 and Anomaly. So take everything with a grain of salt. Now, a burn box is a little bit different. A burn box, you're going to have a massive one of these. And the idea is to make them just be in the maze forever. Never planning a kill box on Sea Ice. Never thought it. No, we're just explaining kill boxes because we're hemmed in by sight stealers and everybody's just eating food and drinking beer. So there's not much else we can do except talk about stuff. So it came up, so we're talking about it. How you doing, Blue? Welcome to the madness. So with a burn box, you double insulate the outside. So wherever the outside is, right? And then you leave two doors open here and here, right? You leave them open so they don't attack them, but that they can pathfind through. Same thing with the barricades. You can't make it out of anything flammable, so you don't want to put like regular sandbags in there. Devil Strand doesn't burn. Most people use fences, so you just make like granite fences. It's one block to make a fence post, so it's a little more cost effective. Problem with fences is that if you have animals that attack, they can't climb the fences, so they will attack the fences. So putting barricades or sandbags down once you have the money, the resources to do so, can be advantageous, but oftentimes you're going to deal with the animals in a different way. They're not hard when it gets to late game. Kept touching sandbags or whatnot on the corner. Raiders can't stand on them, so they walk. Yes, okay, so that is another good mechanic to touch on. When they're coming around the corner, and in a traditional kill box where you're firing down, I would recommend doubling this wall here and making these out of something, the hardest material you can, even if it's plasteel, because these walls are going to get shredded and this is going to get opened up. And what you do is you go and, whether it's sandbags or fences or whatever, they can't stand on top. So you do something like this. And now they're forced, they can't take cover here. So they have to come around the corner, and they're right here in the open. So, kill boxes are a very contentious thing in Rimworld. I'll get into that in a second. Let's finish talking about the burn box, because that's what we were bringing up for dealing with large tribals. So, imagine this is massive. Like, takes up, you know, that much space type of thing. Huge zigzag. Then over on this side, you're going to want to put in like a box. Also, double insulated. When you double wall, it insulates really good. If you go up to a triple wall, I think it breaks the insulation, so you don't want to go triple wall. I don't know if they fixed that or if that's still a thing. If anybody knows, let me know. Also, double door. Left open. You want them to be able to find a path. Like, if we weren't on Sea Ice, and this was a normal playthrough, we'd leave like our main door open here. That way the raiders are like, oh shit, they left their front door open. Let's just walk right the fuck in, right? And so this little box, whatever shape or design, you fill this with wood. One of the easy ways is to queue up a bunch of fences and then cancel them, and then one piece of wood is on every tile. There's other methods. You could also put in tainted clothing and burn that. Whatever you have that you can burn. You could also just put scorchers in here and just have them shoot at each other, basically. Another method is to use flame bows, because you can just shoot flame bows. They have, like, accelerant on them so that they just hit the ground and start burning. Whatever. You have a pawn come over. You start burning this room as soon as they're all coming into the tunnel. And by the time they get halfway through this zigzag, they just all start taking damage, because this whole zigzag will heat up. If you've got all the outer walls double insulated, you got double doors here, and you're burning here, this whole thing will just start cooking them alive. The downside to a kill box is that if you want any of the stuff they're bringing on map, any of the drops they have, if you want to smelt anything down, or if you want to grab any of the doomsdays that pirates are bringing or anything like that, they're going to get destroyed. And if explosives like doomsdays wind up in there, you can wind up in situations where your tunnel gets destroyed. There's ways, again, watch people who've done tutorials on it, like Adam. Adam vs. Everything, I think, has the best Killbox, burn box tutorial out there. Everything melts. Yeah, Antboy's right on that. I've never done that version of it before, but where we had our little box where the wood is, you could have a geothermal be that room. And then, like, they're gonna try and come through there and get over, and the geothermal is just gonna be heating up that room. They will walk right into 1800 degree fucking heat like it's nothing. So no stress across the board when it comes to their pathfinding. Now, what was I saying? Sorry. Completely lost the thread of my thought. So that's burn boxes and kill boxes, like a quick rundown. Anytime we get a new player in, or people asking, again, if you're a new player, please feel free to ask questions. I've got 18, 19, we're going to cross the 2,000 hour mark of playtime in this game for me this week. We might already have passed that. I'm a little curious now. Let's get a quick look, actually. We are at 1,934 hours of Rimworld playtime since I got the game, which I think is almost 2 years ago now. Lot of time played. Mostly burnout and hating all the Rimworld playthroughs. I restart a lot because not the best. Yeah. The hall bot can grab. Mechs don't care about heat. I got a few things for my mind bumming me out, but the thing is I'm willing to talk about is my frustration with games. Burnout and hating all the Rimworld playthroughs. I restart a lot because there's just one or two things that are never quite right, but then when I do eventually get a good start, I want to restart anyway because I keep changing my mind on what I want to do. I'm struggling to commit to a run. You can just you can, but by the time you get to them, the stuff is like 2 to 4. Yeah, that's true. But is that more than Ani? I got Ani a few months after Rimworld, and since we're doing Rimworld 3 days a week, Ani is at 1,546. So we're a little behind on hours on Ani. Blue, that feeling is totally reasonable. I don't know, like, I'm sure you've been here, so you know I've been struggling with the same thing with Oxygen Not Included. We started a playthrough, did like a couple of streams. I was stoked about all the volcanoes. Then after talking to everybody who came into stream, we realized the volcanoes were actually screwing up some of the other stuff that was supposed to spawn on the map. Plus there were too many of them, so I restarted. We got another playthrough started. I just didn't like the terrain generation. I didn't like the settings or the dupes. Like, I just didn't like it across the board. Then we didn't play it for a day or two, and we finally got a good start last Thursday, but then on Tuesday when we were going to play it again, I got so tired because I couldn't sleep Monday night. Not going to lie, I had a couple of beers to try and sleep. That didn't help the next day situation either. I don't drink often, but I was like, damn it, I need to try and fall asleep here. Let me go get a freaking couple of beers from the liquor store. My issue extends to all the games I play. Blue, it's okay. It's okay. I've had entire, like a month or two where I just start a game, play for 5 minutes, close it, open another game. I think we all go through it as gamers. I'm just trying to make you feel like you're not alone. I know there's nothing that fixes that feeling. Yeah, no, I don't like it either. It doesn't feel good when it's happening. It doesn't feel good. There's nothing I can say to make that feel good. Just, you're not alone. That's all I'm saying. And if you were here, I'd get you a cup of coffee and hang out. You always get those on Mondays? Yeah. I can feel that. Embrace the restart. That will flip the switch in your head. You know, we could lean into that with what Sparta said. Instead of feeling bad that you're restarting, maybe try to optimize your start. Maybe like give yourself a time limit. Say, you know what? I'm going to start a colony. I have an hour. I have an hour of in-game time. Hell, even say I have an hour on 1x. I won't hit 2 or 3. Let me see how efficient I can be with my cycles or my days. Sorry, still on Ani brain. We played Ani yesterday, and I was watching Ani videos this morning. You know, and be like, okay, so how do I like to build? Do I do the 11 by 11 interior standard start? If I do, where do I like to play on the map? I love restarting on Rim because I know each time it happens, I improve and I get to see how far I get the next playthrough. Yeah, I think there's two sides of that coin. There's restartitis, where you never actually commit to and finish a game, because there's a lot of people who play both Rimworld and Ani, and probably a lot of other games out there as well. I know there's the temptation in Dyson Sphere program and Satisfactory too, to just restart, like, oh, I know what I want to do now, let me do it better. Oh, I know what I want to do. And that can hinder your enjoyment, because you're never actually progressing to a certain point in the game. You're always doing the same bits over and over and over again. The other side of it is when you overcommit to a run, where the run, you learn a lot, you're going through it, you're making progress, but you just keep backpedaling, like, oh, I built this, but I fucked it up. Let me go back and clean it up. Let me go back and clean it up. Let me go back and clean it up. And you spend the whole run chasing your tail, and getting to a stage of progress that should have taken you maybe 20 hours of gameplay is now taking you 100 hours of gameplay. That's one that I fall into a lot. It's what I'm doing with my current Dyson run. I probably should have started over, but I wanted to push through to the end of the game. I'm actually building my first Dyson Sphere. I'm very proud of it. The design came out fucking cool, in my opinion. And one of the reasons I'm sticking with it and haven't restarted yet is that I wanted to make all of the mistakes before I restarted. When I'm not sure what to do, I'm like, what item haven't I fucked with yet? I haven't fucked with pile sorters. Let me see what pile sorters do. You know what? I haven't used these personal logistics drones yet. Let me mess with the personal logistics drones. And I'm still learning little bits and pieces, but I'm getting to that level where I think I might know enough that I want to restart. Plus, we started a new Dyson playthrough last Saturday, which we're going to be continuing tomorrow, which I'm very happy with the way I started and have a pretty good plan of how I want to proceed. I will take a notepad and write down changes, so when things go horrible, I'll recycle and start over. Yeah, notepads, spreadsheets. Should have mentioned that the major feeling starts once I've clicked accept. Once I got all the pawns graded, I give up before the pawns even touch the rim. Oh, okay. So you're stuck in that, like, story generation mode where in your head you're like, you get pumped about building the story and the backstory, and you're like writing it like, oh, okay, so if we need this and we need that. I can get on board with that. So I tend to like to prep for things a lot. I'm an over preparer. So, like, let's say we're talking about preparing for the apocalypse, right? I'm the guy that would love to be, oh shit, the apocalypse is coming. I know I'm gonna get and polish guns. I'm gonna stock ninja stars. I'm gonna get us all the water. Put the cans on the shelf. I'll organize everything every day. And then it's like, all right, apocalypse is here. Time to go kill some zombies. And I'll be like, didn't we prepare enough? Can't we skip the killing the zombies part? Like, I'm a prepper, not a doer. So I need a teammate who does. In fact, that's what worked when I played Rust for a little while. I don't have a lot of hours in Rust. It's not quite my thing. I'm not a shooter, but somebody bought it for me. Let me tell you a trick to dealing with the prep. Fuck it, we bought. So, some of you might know Blind Linus. Blind has been my friend for more than half of my life. He is my best friend, longest friend. You'll be hard pressed to find someone who knows me better than Linus. And me and him, we're such good friends that, like, we can go like months without talking, and then we just hang out and play the same games for like a year straight, or like, you know, just every day seeing each other. And so when I was playing Rust, I got blind into it, and he was good at making plays, and I was good at knowing stuff. So between what I knew and his ability to press buttons, we had some really fun play sessions. Got a few decent random runs. See, I'm taking archery so that I can kill zombies well enough to not get kicked out of groups because of health issues. I used to be a massive prepper, but I don't have time to prep each playthrough. I signed with the army on the 23rd, so I'm just trying to play to enjoy my last few days of freedom. Yeah, sometimes you just hit fuck it and go. I mean, good luck and congratulations on getting in. I'm assuming you wanted to get in, so I'll give you the congratulations. We won't get into the politics of war because that's just a loaded conversation across the board. But we're here. We're gaming. Happy to answer questions and play the games with you. Talk, chill, share strategies, bullshit, keep you company. So thank you for coming in. Welcome, welcome. Normally it's a little bit more exciting than this, but we're talking and drinking coffee. I say that, but at the same time, like, I'm more of a all-around type of streamer. Thank you for following, Shadow. Thank you. Welcome to the community. Nightbot put up our Discord and my YouTube as well if you feel like joining us there. No pressure at all. On YouTube, I put up all the VODs of my Rimworld and Oxygen Not Included playthroughs, and on Discord, we, talk, share strategies, pictures of pets and food. We'd have a self-promo place if you do your own type of content creation. Tox dump, summon the meats. Okay, so can we load up some more of these things? I want to see how much I can get in here. How many are right here? 7. Is there a group of 7 in here? If I just tell them to put 7 in, will they just grab 7 random waste packs? No. Okay, so let's cancel load and then reload. Now we should load the rest of those. The only reason I get up as soon as I wake up is because laying in bed is less entertaining than being at my computer. Routine and boredom. You know, I feel you, Blue. I sleep there, like right off camera, that side, in my bed. I'm in the master bedroom in the house. I rent out the other rooms. I rent the house, but owner is cool with me renting out the other rooms. I do occasionally hang out and talk to one of my roommates out in the living room. We chill for 20 minutes, half hour, bullshit about our day a couple of times a week. Do the plurals right now there. But other than that, I'm just at my computer. The only time, you guys notice, I'll get up and I'll go to the store before and after every stream because the store is on the corner. You literally can't live closer to the store than me. And that is the only time I do anything other than be at this computer or bullshit with my roommate for a few minutes. So that's one of the reasons is if I go to the store in the morning and the evening for breakfast, at least I'm outside for a few minutes. Thank you for lurking, Shadow. Appreciate that. Enjoy your stealthy lurk while plotting your next Rimworld strategy. I love that bot. So I will go to the store in the morning, and they all know me. I go there so often. I'm like, hey, Teresa, hey, Garen, hey, Angela, all the people there know me. So it's kind of like, a little wake-up ritual of, talking to everybody. The other reason is that if I have food in my house, I will eat it. One of the problems is I've been trying to eat healthier, and eating healthier means you usually buy more food that's healthier and eat pieces of it, because when you eat junk, it's like, oh, let me just buy a burger and eat the burger and fries, right? So rather than do that, you go and you buy, like this morning, I bought a bunch of roasted chicken. They had an 8-piece roasted chicken, 2 breasts, 2 thighs, 2 wings, 2 legs, etc. It's the whole shebang. I bought that, some hummus, and some pita. Well, actually, I already had the pita, so I bought the hummus and some lemonade. And it's in my house, and that's a problem because I was explaining it to Barb this morning in chat. I had a rocky childhood. We go into that. You guys, you've seen the mental health awareness, chronic illness awareness. There's a whole bunch of stuff about that. We talk about it all the time. I wish you could see the full stats of this armor that got added. Put it up, Sparta. So I'm part of the routine part of it is very helpful for me. So I get what you're saying, Blue. And then in addition to that, if I don't keep the food in the house, I don't eat as much. I should really pay attention. If I delete this group and forbid those, will they now not show up in here? $12. Right, I'm going to cancel this load again. Let them finish cleaning this. So anyway, it's going to be hard for me to get through the day. Literally, I bought the chicken this morning and the hummus, and I was like, okay, Nether, this is food for the day. And then in the back of my head, I'm like, it should be 2 days worth of food. You freaking douchebag. Like, can you just not eat all the food? And the answer is no, because it's kind of a... I feel well loved and appreciated now that I'm an adult, but it's a leftover thing from childhood where food was a substitute for actual love. So, and so the part of me, it's a trauma. Yes, yes. So the best way I can explain it, and I'm not schizophrenic, so don't think of it that way, is there's one part of me that's logical that's like, we don't need to eat that. That's 2 days of food. We're not hungry. We have plenty of calories. If anything, we should be going to burn off more calories. And then there's the other part of me that's starving for attention and love inside. And that part of me, like, knows what the logical part is saying is correct, but gets really sad and cries that they can't eat the food. And then the logical part of me sees the other part of me crying and breaks and gives in every time. It's like when a kid cries, like the parent's like, no, you can't have sweets. We just ate dinner. We're going to do sweets on Sunday. It's a special treat for the weekend. And the kid starts crying and the parent gives in. And that's so, like, I do that to myself inside my own head. And, you know, I've had doctors want to, like, have me go to dietitians and all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't think I need a dietitian so much as I need a psychiatrist. Well, psychologist. I have a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist gets you meds. Psychologist talks to you. All right, so we're gonna hold out on launching this until we've got 150 kilos of waste packs, because they won't spoil in here. So we'll wait until we have to launch this shit. Ruthless towards yourself. We all have our traumas and hurt ourselves in different ways because of them. So, like I said, there is the mental health awareness thing up on the screen, up on the stream's description. Those are the words I'm trying to go for here. And so, yeah, it's just kind of like me and food just have a bad relationship, I guess, is the way to look at it. They are expensive. My insurance does cover psychology to a certain extent, but the psychologists they get you are absolute garbage. You don't have a helmet. You are making flak. You are making a cloth face mask. I should probably suspend this. We're going to go... Just gonna have Maker finish that one because we can't go outside to grab shit. The face masks is fine, but we need to get Eugene a helmet. I don't know why you don't have a helmet on. Probably took that off or something. Okay, so How is your cold resistance at the moment? Negative 28. We need something warm for you. God, all our good Thrumbo first stuff is not doing great anymore. What can I get Eugene into? How much does a tail cap cost to make? Because we've got 38 Thrumbo fur. $20. Okay, perfect. Let's move that above. These top hats are dread leather top hats, so they can go there. We're going to have Ben make that clear all. We're going to make that Thrumbo fur. That should get Eugene a little bit more cold insulation. Me and the kid and the parent situation. I will be that monster that if I say no to the sweets, then no. Gotcha. Meanwhile, we're starting to get a substantial stockpile of drugs in here. That being said, I'm going to switch these psychoid over to cotton. We need cotton more than we need psychoid at the moment. How much heel root do we have? Not a lot. Okay, so let's do a few batches of heel root as well. So we're going to get a bunch more cotton, get some heel root. We're dyeing everybody's clothing just to maximize our mood buffs. 39 shamblers. If they're shambling, not a big deal. If they're assaulting, yee. I think one of the hard part about the Shambler assaults is kind of like breach raids. They won't aggro to your people. Like, if you got Shamblers coming from 3 angles and you're like, fuck it, let's just handle them in the field, and you go out here to handle these guys, the other 2 will just continue to smash through your base. For me, I'm the parent that always says no and keeps others committed to it, but I can never do that for myself. I need someone else. Yep, same. That's why Raid does Squatch. Okay, so... What do we got? What do we got? Was that attacks immediately? They are attacking immediately. They've got Doomsdays, triples. There's 35 of them, and there's a bunch of Sight Stealers on the map. So, this is kind of what we wanted. Let's just make sure everybody's on walls. All right. Oh, get a little stretch. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Absolutely. For me or you, Sparta? Hydrate? We can hydrate before raid time. For me? Nah. Okay, I'll do a squat too. Okay, taking bets. Sight Stealers versus Etekeens. See how this this shakes out. Trust the mechanics, Nether. Oh, they will. Did we get that tail cap made? Excellent. Eugene, let's get that on before we go into this fight. Come on, Sight Stealers. Alright, here we go. Doomsday can't get a lock on anybody that stays alive long enough. There goes some stuff. Okay. I don't want anybody banging on the walls, so let's bring the team up here. Nope, 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 nope. They're still coming, huh? Okay, so that seems like they got pretty much everybody. There are no more Doomsdays. There is a sniper. 28 humans. How many died? 6. So we got a lot of bleeding. Oh, Kaba and BD went outside. That could have been bad with the Sight Stealers, but it does mean that these guys will aggro. Really? Let's get back inside real quick. Those snipers. Those snipers are the problem. I think I got a plan over here, but the Sight Stealer stuff is going to be problematic. Why is Humph moving so slow? Death rest exhaustion. Bud, I'm going to have you go back back inside then. We'll keep you awake just in case I need you to pop a soothe pulsar or something, but now, I wouldn't recommend holding doors if you're playing no pause, but now they might aggro to some walls because we weren't outside to begin with, but yeah. We'll let them smack on the walls a little bit. We got some replacement materials, so what we're going to do is use the corner of our base. We've got massively overwhelming firepower here. Now, they're coming from the bottom, so actually, let's do a little positioning up in a different location. If my hand wasn't so fidgety from the caffeine. And the reason we're doing this is we want the snipers to come around the corner and get blasted down immediately. We got people coming from the other side, but that's fine. Ooh, low shield, huh? There is a sniper in there. Can we steal that? No. Okay, so let's go in. And use our walls. This is why we need bigger walls. Just thinking here, just thinking. Yeah, we're just going to use a choke point, I think. BD got hit. This is not usually how I like to do this, but... And they're broken. Okay. Now, any major damage here? No. Let's not hold these doors now. Can you pick up the go juice? Stragglers, you mean? Oh, sight stealers. Ooh, good call. 12 hours. Yeah, I was going to make this a prison, but fuck that noise. Actually, we could capture 2 people, right? Or we could capture a person and a sight stealer. Alright. This is why we play with pause. We got some options. Alright, the zone... hours. Bio-coated assault rifle. Let me just make sure I micromanage a few things. Ben can do that. Kincaid. And then we're gonna put bank on work and expand the work zone. You know, we always talk about things we'd like to add to Rimworld. The hotkey system in here is lacking. It's very lacking. I would like to see an update to the UI. I'd like to see a UI update. Everybody always asks, what do you want to see now there? I want to see a UI update. He will get back to base on time. This site stealer, death in 4 hours. Now, this could be dangerous, but I'm going to coagulate that site stealer and then immediately capture him. Nope, he got up. Yep, can't do that. Well, it was worth a try. That's why I sent the vampires. I was like, they can coagulate, they can jump, everything is good with them. You guys can go on walls. And not like it matters that the site stealer is out there. Oh, Grump, you can go. Barb, you can coagulate the prisoner. Anything else we need to sort out before we close? Oh, they set our drill on fire. Well, we're gonna have to make a new drill. Oh, actually, I can fix that. Eugene Kaba. Come on, fast, 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 fast. so you can't coagulate them. Now, I know there's a sight stealer out here, but I gotta try this, because I do not want to, do not want to lose that drill. Drill, get the drill, get the drill. Ooh. I gotta just give Aya moderator so she can ban all of the cheap viewers people. All right, all of our people inside. How's? Oh, I'm sorry, Harriet. You got smacked up a little bit. Not too bad though. Okay, prisoners. Psychically dull brawler, Itakin. Tough, psychically dull. How would you like to be a ghoul, my friend? Julie! Welcome on in. We'll do a quick shout out for Julie before we get into some more war crimes. Julie Pixels. The best sniper in all of the land. Sniper, vampire. Great memory. How you doing, Julie? Guys, go check out Julie. She's been streaming a lot of the Frosty Planet Pack DLC for Oxygen Not Included. And is a wonderful person and cat mom. Is the chill cat mom who's been surviving the frosty depths of space in Oxygen Not Included. From a cozy start on Blasted Ceres to conquering Cycle 600 plus, she's built a sci-fi paradise with purrs and pixels. Tune in for web design wisdom, cat cam cuteness, and interstellar survival skills. Cozy? Hang on a second. Okay, so since we have a shard inside base, tough start. I saw we raided over to 2 Legit yesterday, and I saw him playing on it, and I was like, whoa, this is some stuff right here. Devo coming in hot. How you doing? How you doing? Devo also has been trying to get back into streaming, so yeah, it's Devo. So we're going to put Devo's link up using our other shout-out command. Go check out Devo. Show him some love. He's coming back to streaming. Had to take a break, lost a lot of momentum, so let's get him back on the old Twitch stream. What you call? I have no idea what's going on. So this guy here, a tough Itakin. That is optimal ghoul material. Now, he's only got a 1 in melee. Not the best situation, but I would like to have a meat shield, especially since we got a bunch of sight stealers coming. So let me show you guys what's up. All right. So let's take a quick look at the algorithm. So strong melee genetically. Naked speed. Ghouls will always be naked, so they get a buff. Psychically dull doesn't matter. Psychic stuff doesn't affect ghouls. The slow wound healing doesn't matter because they're ghouls. They have unnatural regeneration. They'll lose the animal war cry, who cares? Aggressive won't do anything because they can't have mood breaks. Sleepy doesn't do anything because they don't sleep. All the aesthetic stuff, whatever. Robust. Incoming damage multiplier, 75%. Awful mining, doesn't matter, they're never going to mine. Great animals, doesn't matter, never going to mine. Now, their metabolic efficiency does make them a little hungrier, but we got a refrigerator jam-packed full of meat. Now, in addition to that, they're tough. Incoming damage multiplier, 50%. So we've got a 25% reduction and a 50% reduction. Now, let's see how they stack over here. So if we go in here, we got to find it, because I never actually looked this up. Where is incoming... Oh, okay. Incoming damage multiplier, 38%. They only take 38% of incoming damage. That's huge. For the other side of that, that's 62% damage reduction. So, meat shield. And yeah, he'll hit things good enough. The genetically strong melee, fantastic. So this is what we are optimally looking for. Now, if we could splice on some gene packs, get some ghoul upgrades and some bionics in there, get them a stone skin gland, adrenal heart, ghoul barbs, ghoul plating, stuff in a few more like genetics to help out with the metabolic efficiency problem. Bing, bang, boom. Slap a nuclear stomach in there so they eat almost nothing. This could be a god tier ghoul right here. So this is that's what we're going to do with this SOB. I'm not sure, you know, theoretically, a tough, psychically dull Itakeen with a 12 in shooting, this guy could make a good colonist. I mean, I guess we should consider that course of action. Do we want him as a colonist? Oh. We can't make him into a ghoul yet. Or her into a ghoul. 14 years old. They don't have their full body. Shit. We might have to make him a colonist, guys. Shooting specialist. Michael, how you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're making some hard decisions. I was originally thinking we turn this thing into a ghoul. Good catch, but that gives time for training and genes. Yes, you can inject genes into ghouls. Genes can have bionics installed in them. Genes can have ghouls installed. Ghouls can have genes installed into them. Old Willy Wonka thing. Strike that, reverse it. Yeah, 14 years old. We can't let them. We can't turn them into a ghoul because for anybody who doesn't know, 13 is technically an adult in Rimworld. You can install ghouls into genes all day long, Devo. But that just means they can wear adult clothing, they can wear adult armor, carry on as an adult with responsibilities in the colony, etc., etc. That's when their genetic drug addictions kick in, blah, blah, blah. But they don't get their full body size until 18. So they will have a debuff to their hit points until they're 18 years old. So we're not going to make him into a meat shield because that 38% damage reduce, or the 62% damage reduction, is going to be made a moot point by the fact that they don't have nearly the hit points we need them to have. So you, sir, are lucky today. We're going to reduce resistance as soon as they can walk. We're going to stick them in our barracks and do the barracks trick. Does mean we're going to need to have meals in here for them. Pemmican. All right. Do until you have 75. And I think Mila's the only one set to cook. Yeah, Mila's the only one set to cook. We might change that when we want to do more butchering, but for now that's fine. I can't believe we kind of need a bigger freezer. So I feel like more or less what's going to happen is that eventually we're going to move out into this base. And this food area here is going to be an extended prison and an extended freezer. Or something. I don't know. I cannot believe that the last time I was here, you had never played Rimworld, and now you're playing it on the highest difficulty. Highest difficulty, and we're playing on sea ice against Randy. Yeah. It's an interesting day. Ooh, I didn't notice this SOB up here. Kind, psychically dull. Death in point set. Alright, you're dead, bud. You're dead. It's been a long time then, Michael, because I think I got this like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now. How are you? So we're reducing resistance on you. You're healing the Sight Stealer. Everybody else is moving the corpses to the refrigerator or the outdoor refrigerator. Yeah, we're going to have to do some butchering. Spoils in 15 hours. Fuck me running. Let's make this a little more. And Mila, you were... What are you doing? Let's get you cooking, because then we should be able to bring this stuff in from the shelf. That shelf is set on low priority, right? God, I've got a low priority story for you. No, I can't tell that story. It's not stream appropriate. Never mind. Michael, yeah, I went through... theoretically my last surgery in December. I've been healing up ever since. They put everything back together. No more bag, no more nutrients through the arm. No, haven't had a trip to the emergency room in a while, knock on wood. I'm trying to drink more water and eat healthier. And I actually added a redemption in stream for doing a squat because I won't do exercise unless chat holds me accountable. So, been doing pretty good actually. It's been a good one. Things are definitely looking up. Streams have been going well. Remember, you were into Ani only, but maybe my memory doesn't serve me. Do a squat. There we go. I got into Ani after Rimworld, so I think you might have a little fog going in there. Don't worry, I have a lot of fog. All right, doing a squat. I can feel a difference. The difference is layered in some fat, but there is a difference in my muscle since you guys started redeeming the squats since I put them in there. All right, now we can reconnect you. I feel like I'm missing something. All right, I'm telling Mila to chop up to cook up pemmican so we can get the meat off the shelf over here that's about to spoil because it's no longer freezing outside. Meat, yeah. Thank you. What about you? What's going on in your life? What's the good word? All right, this guy. Oh, we do have some heal. You know, I'm going to use the good medicine because we've got a lot of it. Okay, after you do nutrient paste, let's operate on this dudeski. And let's make sure he doesn't have any food. We're not feeding him. We're harvesting for him for organs. This guy, you can go on to paste. Actually, it doesn't matter. We'll leave you on default. I'm building a house. Walls are already standing. I'm about to have vacation in 2 weeks. Life's pretty good, I must say. Can't complain. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Man, I wish I... it's fine, it's fine. More shooters. More shooters. What I do wish is that this good assault rifle wasn't bio-coded. Do we have any more assault rifles kicking about out here? Z nether. There is a normal one right there. That is a free assault rifle. Now, the sight stealers are coming, but I have vampires that can jump. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Where is Humph? Where is your bed nowadays? Let's get you death resting, bud. How do you have so many colonists? Are they prisoners? Ideology. We were very short on colonists up until the point where we ran our ideology rituals back to back and then reformed, deleted, and re-added them. So we ran 12 rituals back to back, and I think we picked up 5 or 6 colonists. But Kincaid here was a prisoner that we recruited. Bank was a random creep join from the anomaly events. Do I have... Oh, I have Psychite ahead of that. No, let's not make Psychite first. We've got plenty of drugs already. Yanked out an organ. After Hemogen, let's get that other organ out. We do have people set for Dark Study. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have Well, fuck. Maker's not really going to do a lot of Dark Studying. They are the best one to do it, though. Okay, 100% blunt damage is enough to deal with 3 Shamblers. Oh, one thing I didn't check. Okay, they are not unwavering loyalty, so that's good. I was like, what if they're unwavering loyalty? And like, well, it would have told you. It still would have said unwavering prisoner nether. So I'm gonna try not to let this spood foil. God, my mouth can't word today. Barb's on top of that. As soon as this guy can walk, we're gonna get him and do the trick with the barracks. Yeah, I'm pretty good at min-maxing I'm pretty good at min-maxing the options in the DLCs. I learned a lot from watching Adam versus Everything and Francis John. I kind of combine what they do. Since Adam plays no pause, there are some differences, and Francis exploits the shit out of the game. So there's definitely a few different things I do. Barb. When you're done with horseshoes, let's get you dyed up to the right colors. Actually, wait, did you yank the organ out of this guy yet? You did? Okay, so... Never mind. Let's get Barb doing another operation. take that off of there. Man, I would love to get an orbital trader right now. If you had to choose, which game suits you better and why? Rimworld or Ani? If you'd like to elaborate on that. Which game suits me better? I mean, it would be apropos to use the Rimworld reply of "it depends," but since I'm streaming, we got to have conversation topics, right? So rather than treat it as a either/or question, we'll start with "it depends" and expand on that. So I like Rimworld for challenges, picking a hard map, picking a hard start. Whatever. I like the idea of overcoming with this game, and I like the fact that Rimworld has an ending, because it gives you a reason to start again. You know, you play, you take on an ending. You start, you say, I'm going to overcome this start, and then you pull it all the way through to an end, and it wraps a nice bow around the whole thing, right? It's like, it's a package. And then that playthrough is done, you put it on the shelf, say, I did that. Then you can move on to the next one. Now, I spend a lot of time on my playthroughs, because I like to over-prepare for endings, and, you know, I play kind of on the slow side, I pause, I play on a 1 a lot, I micromanage stuff, I take my time to think and plan, and in that regard, I really like Rimworld, and I've got about 25% more time in this than in Ani, right? 1,500 versus almost 2,000. So that's not just because I've had Rimworld a little longer. Also, I think Rimworld plays better for stream, and I take that into account. Rimworld's got a little bit of a larger audience and seems to bring in more people. I'm not going to play games I don't like for the sake of getting people in, but if I like 2 games and one of them gets viewers and the other one doesn't, I'm going to play the one that gets viewers more, because I can play games off stream. I play games off stream all night. I was up till 4 in the morning playing Dyson Sphere program last night. So that's why I've been leaning towards Rimworld. We do it 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. For anybody who's out there curious on the schedule, I'm going to repeat myself 1,000 times because that's what you got to do. Noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Rimworld. Tuesday, Thursday, Ani. Saturday is Wildcard, currently Dyson Sphere program. Now, Ani, on the other hand, I like as a chill thing. We've tried, it's one of the reasons I had trouble starting recently. Story generator, and Ani is more of a colony builder. Yeah, I could go with that. You don't get specific insight into the interpersonal relationships and thoughts of the dupes. Although I think there's mods for that, of course. What was I going to say? So, what I like about Ani, and I think this is one of the reasons it doesn't play as well on stream, is that I prefer late game Ani. I think a lot of people in both colony builders really like the start because it's something that everybody can relate to. Everybody starts, not everybody finishes. So, assumption. No, 1,600 on Ani, almost 2,000 on Rimworld. We'll hit 2,000 next week on Rimworld. But Ani is really great for chill. I've done challenges in Ani. We did a 100 cycle hands-off sustainability challenge. We did a max difficulty Frozen Forest no teleporters challenge. That one we went to Home Sweet Home in under a month of streams. Another one was... Let me get this meat inside real quick before I get too... before I get too crazy. That one... The Frozen Forest one was before the sustainability challenge. Frozen Forest one, all sliders max difficulty, Moonlit Cluster Frozen Forest, and then no teleporters. And we had to get Home Sweet Home in under a month of streams. I think we were doing it 3 days a week at the time, right? And so that was fun, but very stressful. And I found that if I'm running 2 challenge games simultaneously, it bleeds over into the stress of my real life. Force Rimworld into Neolithic and medieval text. Yeah, you can. Mods. Yeah, Rimworld is... I think Rimworld is a lot more versatile in that regard. Even without adding mods, you can self-impose a lot of challenges. You could do all random pawns. You could randomize your ideology. You could have stream pick your next playthrough, which is probably what I'm going to do. Remind me about that, guys. In fact, let me put a post-it down. We decided the other day that we were going to do a guess how many streams it's going to take Nether to finish Sea Ice. Whoever gets closest gets to pick the next playthrough. RW play poll. All right, we'll stick that post-it right there. I don't remember anything without post-its. Oh, speaking of post-its, pay rent. I have the cash on my desk. I just keep forgetting to go and actually get a money order and send it to my landlord. He hates me. He doesn't hate me, but hates the way I deal with bills. 50 and above. I wouldn't doubt it. We're on like 25 or 26 now. So, and we got a long way to go before I'm going to be happy with our colony for the sake of entering endgame. If we do ship, we have to capture a lot more ground and build a ship. I'm leaning towards doing royalty, which then means we need to capture more space, build a bedroom for our royal pawn, which we haven't even started yet, a throne room, and then a bedroom for the Stellarch. So there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to get built before we can consider doing any of the endings. If we were doing Anomaly, we'd be in here even longer because we would have to like honeycomb upon honeycomb upon honeycomb. If we were doing Anomaly, I'd probably build walls at the maximum distance on this map, just for that little extra time before the Shamblers smash through everything. Yeah, what I would probably do if we were doing Anomaly again, and I wanted to super prepare, and I'll get back to the other conversation, is I would go max build distance and do like 3 or 4, like just do massively thick walls at max build distance with like a few doors. But for normal raids and normal gameplay before we triggered the ending, I would leave the doors open. So if raids spawned outside, they would just walk through those set of doors. Revenant Spine, that is awesome. They make fantastic research, but if you don't have the firepower to take them down when they escape, because they will escape eventually, given enough time, they will escape, you might want to kill it. The cool thing about the Revenant Spine, and I haven't gotten into this, and I want to do it on this playthrough, if you get the research done, you can install the Revenant Spine into your colonist and give them the ability to go invisible at command. That's fucking cool. I haven't done it yet. That's some of the stuff I want to do. I want to have basically this team of colonists, like this size-ish team, instead of our normal like 35 people type teams. I want to have like a slightly smaller colony. What are we at? 17? So maybe like 20 pawns, all decked out with the best weaponry, bionics, Revenant Spine, Psycast, all of that. So we are going to take quite a bit of time to sort this all out. Now we got organs, which is going to get us a lot of wealth. So the waste packs are loaded in here right now. I'll answer the Ani side of that question. I haven't forgotten the question, but I'm going to clear your stuff because you need food. Oh my God. I need that meat inside. So I'm going to mess with this. Hang on. Who can I just draft everybody right now? I think I can. I know we're like stockpiled like a motherfucker on meat, but if we can avoid having meat spoil, I'd like to do that. In fact, let's knock out some more pemmican. Go with 400. Mila, what are you doing? All right, after you do that, let's get you cooking. No, 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 no. Okay, I totally fucked things up. We need a bigger freezer. So we're making pemmican because we've got too much stuff in our freezer, and pemmican we can store... rotted away in storage. That was bound to happen. It's too bad we didn't get a brief interlude. That storm is killer. I sometimes have a favorite colonist, whether it's because of the type of activities they do or how they behave towards others. Do you have that too, or is it just me? I usually do wind up with some favorite colonists. Like right now, Julie and Barb. By the way, if anybody wants to name colonists, we have a point redemption for that. I think everyone from... everyone from here, these guys, these 7 pawns need names. If anybody wants to name them. Who, if anybody, is going to go on Lucy, assuming we do the royal ending. Since we're preparing so much Sparta, we might stockpile Lucy and have everybody go on Lucy for the ending. Because when we finish the ending, we're not going to stay in the playthrough, so it won't matter that they're addicted. So we might try to get 3 to 4 Luciferium per colonist, and then right before we trigger the ending, just put every single pawn on Lucy. Because it's going to be a huge advantage. Not that we'll need it by the time I'm ready to go, but every little bit counts, right? So right now I would say Julie and Barb are my favorite. Barb is a very big redemption story. She came in as one of the worst pawns ever, but we couldn't get rid of her because she had a relationship. She was the ex-lover of our only pawn at the time. So if we killed her or sent her away, he would have just mood spiraled and we probably would have lost the attempt. He's now dead, but she went from being a really shitty pawn to being one of our best pawns because of her great memory and kind traits. Like, her skills are just going up in everything. She was a terrible doctor to start, but the only one who had any proficiency. And we eventually made her a vampire, which cured all of her scars. She had a flesh tentacle for a while because I tried to use an unnatural healer to fix her. It didn't go well. So she's like this big redemption arc colonist. She's now like one of the most badass colonists I've ever had. Like, just across the board. Even without having super badass passions, she's been like amazing construction. She's been handling the planting for the most part up until we got a few new colonists. And then Julie over here is now also a vampire. Basically, if people are here long enough and wind up with scars and stuff, we turn them into vampires. Julie is one of the most badass shooting specialists I've ever had. Age doesn't matter when you're a vampire. They're ageless. So it doesn't matter that she's old. That was a problem, but a lot of our colonists are kind of older on this playthrough. We've got a lot of between 40 and 55 colonists. So if they're too old and they're a good colonist, they usually wind up getting turned into a vampire to deal with that. Julie here literally has sniped so many people. She has 136 confirmed kills. 28 human, or 28 human-like, 58 animals, 44 mechs, 6 entities. So she has, and she's got 1,270 shots fired, 22,000 damage dealt. The number 2, because Barb has been in the colony longer than even Julie. I think, yeah, Barb is our longest standing colonist. Barb is the second in stats with 61. So by far, Julie is our biggest killer. She can kite entire raids herself. Like literally just sniper shot, move, sniper shot, move, sniper shot. They're getting close. Hemogen jump, sniper shot, hemogen jump, sniper shot. She is just straight up murdered raids. If only Tom had a grave to roll in, we would be rolling in it. Yeah. Tom broke up with Barb because she got a flesh tentacle. He's like, wait. We just got back together. Now you're some sort of fleshy, tentacly mutant. I'm done. No, fuck no. I knew I broke up with you for a reason. So, yeah, this has been a very interesting playthrough. 2 streams ago, we lost 3 colonists. And I was like, if we don't get new colonists soon, that's just the end of us. Because without overwhelming firepower in this situation, it gets scary fast. He's pretty digested by now. Yeah, we ate Tom. Fudge the pawn, Tom. Yeah. So backstepping just a little bit to that question about what game suits me more, Rimworld or Ani. I like having both of them in the rotation. Right now, the game that suits me the most is one I don't play a lot on stream. We're going to be playing it on Saturdays until Satisfactory releases, because we're going to do a 1.0 playthrough, including a multiplayer server that Zed has offered to host, if he's still down. We've been talking about it for like 2 months, so... Yeah, DSP is freaking awesome. I started my freaking... Devo got sucked into DSP for his first factory game. I don't know if you've seen my screenshots, Devo, but my Dyson sphere is looking sexy. It's barely starting to come together, but the sphere is generating 11 gigawatts of power, which is fueling the upgrades to make it get built faster, and I just upgraded my photon farm so that I can make more antimatter to increase my research. But yeah, Ani I like more for chill, and it's been hard for me to... Nothing in there that's really worth. That's why it's been hard for me to get into the DLC, is I was trying to approach it from a different way. Like, rather than play my normal style of playing, let's lean into the DLC. And that wasn't rubbing right with me. So what I like about Ani is doing big projects. Like, I love petroleum boilers, deep freezes, industrial saunas. I would love to get to the point where we could do a sour gas boiler, get some, like... space materials, like all those neat contraptions. That's what really gets me about Ani, which makes sense when you think about it, because I like factory games like Dyson and Satisfactory and stuff. So Ani kind of bridges that gap for me between colony builder and factory game, because when you get late game with Ani, it's almost the same theme as Dyson. Conquer all of the planets in the galaxy, farm them for resources, process them into materials, and make your dupes super comfortable. Get as much power going as you can so you can live a very, luxurious life. That's the same thing I'm doing in Dyson. Now, our mech is preparing it for future colonists in Dyson, whereas in Ani we're doing it for the dupes that are there. You can play it as a challenge game, but yeah, I think I prefer to play Ani more as a casual, fun, chill game. Rimworld provides a little bit of stress. Now, we'll probably go back and do some Ani challenges, because that 100 cycle hands-off sustainability challenge that Zed came up with and I did, we had 100 cycles to make a fully sustainable colony. Power, food, air, everything we needed to keep 8 duplicants alive. You had to have 8 duplicants by cycle 100, and the colony had to be infinitely sustainable. I did the math wrong, and by wrong I mean I didn't do the math on switching to barbecue. We had plenty of transitional food to get to barbecue, but I didn't know Bomb Lily Domesticated didn't need any fertilization, and I didn't have enough wild ones to feed the Drecos. So the 2 ranches I had weren't full, and I needed at least 4 full ranches, 5 if I wanted to be safe, to feed them on Drecos forever. And I don't think I did a proper evolution chamber setup with them. Basically, if I had at about cycle 75, I more or less had everything done. I just had to make a few minor adjustments, take into account like CO2 getting into the Dreco ranches. So like I built carbon skimmers underneath them so that the CO2 would get skimmed and the chlorine would stay in there and the hydrogen would stay in there. All these little things, right? And if at cycle 75 I had realized I needed more Dreco ranches and a more sustainable way to manage them, that colony would have been fully sustainable for 8 dupes for forever. So I was quite proud of that. The one before that was the Frozen Forest one. It was 3 streams a week. I think we did a couple of bonus ones. And so what are you, 3, 6, 12? Probably did about 15 streams, 6 hours apiece. So about 70-ish hours of gameplay. And we went from Frozen Forest, max difficulty, max stress, max sliders on everything, no teleporters, and in that time we got the statue. We built the monument. We had to fly to another planet, harvest diamond, harvest fossil, fly back to our main planet. While we were doing that, the main planet was trying to get the heat up so that we could do things. I think we got lucky with... Did we get lucky? We got lucky with glossy Drecos early on, right? Because we needed to get plastic for steam turbines. There was a lot we got done in that playthrough. I really should go back and like look at that save file or rewatch that whole thing myself, because that was a really... We got a lot done in a very little amount of time. So those were the 2 challenges I did recently in Ani. And I say recently, like several months ago at this point, right? Why does everybody in Rimworld like muted earth tones? Doesn't anybody like a bright pink or blue or something like that, you know? All right, let me let Mila go get some rest. She's getting exhausted. Maybe have a beer and some tea before you do. Dreco meat tastes like... I try not to think about that. What do you think would taste better, Dreco meat or Mammoth meat? Components. 14. I think we can fit 25 in there. Probably Mammoth. Okay, so since we can't go anywhere, I kind of want to do a wealth dump for allies. I think if we drop the organs and some of our leftover randomness onto Teotoria, we could get them allied. So let's cancel this waste pack situation. We'll do just a little zone up here for the waste packs for now. Actually, yeah, just... Okay, and then the pod items. Let's go. Okay, so blue fur we can get some of, thrombo fur. I want to keep these because we keep getting thrombo events and we've got more muffalo to butcher and we need to make good clothes for our people. We now officially have a decent amount of drugs, so I'm going to drop some of those on our people. I'm going to keep about 20 of each, so 22 of those. Drop the extra scraps of these materials, the hops. How much beer do we have? 27. I'll keep the hops. Then we need to send out the organs. No, I should smelt the weapons if I'm going to do anything with them. Yeah, we're switching over to flak so we can get rid of these vests. I'll keep the cloth pants that are normal. And I'll be honest, I'll send over the silver as well. Bird skin sash can go. We might. I know that parka is not going to have a lot of insulation, but we do have a new person coming on board and not a lot of materials, so we're going to have to do what we can do. What else can we drop on these guys for funsies to up our reputation with them? I don't want to drop food. No, we're not going to drop food. I'd rather just make the food into pemmican. Okay. I think that's all we're going to drop. Sorry, I had to go into focus mode to figure out what we were doing here. Is that everything? That is everything I think I want to sell / shove off of map. We've wound up with like 3 SMGs. I should smelt 1 or 2 of those down. We don't need 3 SMGs waiting in the wings. We've got a charge rifle, a chain shotgun. Maybe you keep a chain shotgun, charge rifle, SMG. We don't need that many guns. I'm going to smelt a couple of those SMGs up. I don't think we paid for them or built. We definitely didn't make them. We still have EMPs. Good, good, good. Do we still have our smoke launcher? We still have our smoke launcher. Okay, let's get this shit loaded up and see if we can get some reputation out of this wealth. Since we can't go off map to trade it, we might as well. So yeah, that's the basic rundown on me, Rimworld, Ani. Rimworld has been really amazing for the channel. We've had a lot of people come in to check it out. A lot of people in the community have been raiding in and, you know, helping us, giving me tips and tricks and ideas. And that's been really good. The channel has grown considerably ever since Rimworld has been Monday, Wednesday, Friday consistently for a long time. The viewership has gone up. We've made a lot of good friends. We've gotten a lot of good gameplay tips. There's a lot of people that are here because of Sea Ice and for high difficulty Rimworld. So I got to give Rimworld credit in that regard for my channel. It is making my channel way better. All right, while we're doing this, let me see who can benefit from a flak chest. And by benefit from a flak chest, I mean who's like got massive cold resistance without their chest. Ben over here, down to -90, not quite. BD, you can afford to go without a corset, so let's get you into a flak chest. After you do that, of course. But like I said, it's not just about a poor assault rifle. It's not just about viewership. I like this game. You know, if I didn't like the game, I wouldn't play it. I kind of rage quit Hollow Knight a couple of weeks ago. I say rage quit. We got the ending, but everybody knows, I think everybody knows with Hollow Knight, there is a secret real ending to the game, which we kind of figured out how to get, and then somebody made a comment and I don't want to say spoiled it, but confirmed our suspicions. So, so when I got to the point where I was playing it and I was hating the last stage, the like special end stage, hours of just me like, fuck, this sucks. God damn it. Dead. Fuck. Literally, I could feel everyone like, Nether, please stop. Please stop. You're hurting yourself. We don't want to watch you do this. We want to watch you have fun. Like, you're hurting yourself. Please stop. And I kept banging my head against the wall because I'm a stubborn son of a bitch. And then we got to the end of stream and I was like, all right, we're done. We got the main ending. We got all sorts of cool weapons. We did a bunch of neat stuff. I'm good with this playthrough. Let's move on to something else. So if I'm not enjoying a game, I'll stop playing it. At any given point, I may decide that I want to take a break from Rimworld and or Ani and do some other stuff. It's been tempting to switch over to an all dice and sphere program stream, but that's not going to be good for stream. And I don't just stream for me. I would like this to be my career. I don't think there's anything else in the world I would want to do more than streaming, or that would be the right fit for me. So I'm trying to treat it as such, if that makes any sense. All right, let's see how much rep we can get. 37 rep. And gets wealth off our map. All right, let's do that. I should stream today, but I don't know what to play. I mean, Devo, you're coming back. If you're asking for advice, I will be happily run my mouth. I think it's one of the things that I was told and that I've heard everybody say that I've watched personally is that you need to pick a schedule and stick to it. If that schedule is times, but you switch up the game all the time, that's cool. If it's, you know, this game on this day, this game on this day, that's cool. The key to building an audience as far as grinding, if you don't have like some hookup, like, hey, I know a big streamer and they're just going to dump 1,000 people into my stream when I start again, then I think consistency and scheduling is one of the most important parts. If you're just doing it for fun and you don't care about anything like that, spin a wheel. That's another good one. I mean, if you're not sure what to play, you could spin a wheel. If you're not feeling playing at all, maybe don't play. If it's you want to play some stuff so much that you don't know how to pick between your favorites, that's a good problem to have. But you're just starting out, so it's a good time to experiment and kind of figure out what feels right for you for stream. Are you not set to do drugs? I'm gonna let Bank do drugs too. Oh, you're not low enough to do drugs according to our schedule. Okay. So yeah, you're at the, like, I went through a long experimental stage. I had like my weekly schedule and I was kind of changing games. Like I'd play Rimworld every day for a month and we'd finish a playthrough and then we'd go and we'd play Ani for a few weeks or a month. And then there were days where I played a different game every single day, or I just randomly picked that day what to play. My streams started to go well as far as viewership and building the community when I finally locked in on 3 days Rimworld, 2 days Ani, Saturday as a wild card. And I might still make adjustments to that, but now that I've kind of established that's what we're doing, they would be minor adjustments, maybe flip-flopping Rimworld and Ani. I would consider, like, I might take a break from Ani after this next playthrough. Not going to lie, like, I'm having trouble really locking into something to sink my teeth into. We've got a couple of build ideas that are going to get me through this next playthrough where, like, I definitely want to mess with that anti-entropy thermal nullifier. It would have to be a game change one day at a time. Yeah, like, I think the vast majority of the channel is here for Rimworld, and the people that do come for Ani, I think, will come no matter what day, because I think a lot of you guys come for me. If I'm wrong, correct me, but I love you for it. Thank you for being amazing. Like, Julie doesn't play Rimworld, but she pops in every time when we're playing Rimworld to say hi. She's got a pawn in here. We go and raid her sometimes after Rimworld, even though she's playing Ani, you know, whatever. She raids in here. We talk. Julie's awesome. We did a playthrough of Stardew Valley together. On Fridays for a while, we were doing Stardew Valley. We did a full year in Stardew Valley, a season a day, so 4 Fridays in a row. That was about my fill of Stardew. It was cheap enough that, and streaming with friends was fun. Of your choice of games and you as well, so it's a mixed bag. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, and you know, I'm not gonna fault anybody. Like, if I'm not playing the game, you like, lots happen after the first year. I know. I know, Julie. Palia is my version of Stardew. I played the shit out of Palia. I made an amazing house, cool farms, decorated, planted trees, did flowers. I had like a whole flower farm so I could make decorations for my place. I got into relationship with the mayor's daughter. I've made friends with everybody in the town. I did all the quests and stuff like that, but it's also in pre-release, so the main storyline isn't done. Sigh. You're like, that's the same thing. Why are we wandering in the prison, bud? All right, can you move? You can. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to do a little flip-flop of things. So BD, Grump, Julie, Maker. So this is where we got to play a little bit of a... There's other ways to do this, but... Don't worry, Humph. We're going to rescue you in a second. How dare I not love the game you love? Yeah, you know, that's a thing. Julie, you're married to everybody in the colony, by the way. I'll show you in a second. Oh, wait, no. This is... I want this to be the same as it always was. This is going to be BD and Grump. And this is going to be Maker and Julie. So if we go look at Julie's social tab... Dead ex-husband killer, fiance Eugene, fiance Maker, fiance Tachyon, fiance Mr. Ben, fiance Grump, fiance Tom dead. So you're a very sociable vampire on your own. You'd be more immersed because no one will tell you what to do. Is it because they are all scared not to marry me? I think most of the engagements are recent. We need to get Humph a better weapon. I can't believe how, like, we came into Sight Stealers hemming us in, a raid happened, and now we've got another group of Sight Stealers. Like, look at all this meat. The funny thing about Sea Ice is you can see where they retreated. The blood trails of them leaving the map after we fucked them up. Yeah, vampires are genetically beautiful. So everyone comes into the colony and they're already at least acquaintances or friends with all of the vampires because they have good socials. They think highly of them because they're like, man, they're beautiful. I want to be their friend. Little too on the nose for reality. For me, it's like, really? Beautiful. I guess beautiful people do have a easier life. Okay, let's sort a few things out. We don't need this on currently. Let's bring this online. Why do we have two weapons on here? This was bio-coded weapons. This was all the random junk we wanted to just kill no matter what. This is tainted apparel, slag, And then these were the ones we were using for specific instances. Okay. You know when I had a whole breakdown yesterday? No. You had a breakdown yesterday? I didn't even notice. Good thing I'm beautiful. Thank you, mate. Thank you, me48. Welcome on in, by the way. Cheers. What was I doing? I got distracted by compliments. Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm not gonna say that makes sense because that sounds like facetious and disrespectful, but I'm glad it was something and not just the world breaking you. It's always nice to find the reason that we're fucked up and realize that there is a reason and it's not just that we're fucked up. Alright, so... Alright, you know what? So, like, SMGs need to not be on this shelf. We don't need SMGs on this shelf anymore. Checks out. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to smelt weapon. We're going to do less than good. We're going to clear all. We're going to do SMG, and we're going to do that twice because we've got a good SMG we'll hang on to. Let's do that. Designate power toggle. I don't know why I toggled that off. We could just reconnect it using the extra bit. God, if we had a ghoul, I would just melee block with the ghoul at the door with the sight stealers. Problem is that, like, melee blocking with an actual pawn who doesn't have power armor, they're going to take a lot of fucking hits. So, I mean, even if they are a vampire, they're going to get smacked up pretty good. And if they... Like, vampires can't regrow limbs like ghouls. Like, that is the issue, is... Vampires can heal scars, they've got all the cool hemogen abilities, all that nonsense, but they cannot grow things back. So, if you're going to melee block with a vampire, it does help to... Hey, Barb's favorite color is black. I didn't know that. She's been in a white hood forever. Berserk, huh? That's not good. It's not good. Well, that took just a quick smack to get him down. Can't tend him without a bed, but we can have a vampire coagulate him. There you go. We need a better way to manage this situation. Mind-shattering pain. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing, bud. Initial toxic buildup. Tainted. Alright, so is anybody going to get on consuming nutrient paste? Alright, we did have somebody scrap something. All right, when they clean this up, we're going to load up the waste packs. I mean, I feel wasteful just launching waste packs, but we're stuck in here again with the site stealers, so yay. Well, we won't launch it till we have 25. We have our ideology rituals, too. If we could get a brief goddamn moment where we didn't have threats on map, we might actually be able to bring some people in and either get pawns or organs or any number of things from joint events. But, you know, such is life when you're playing against Randy. I might try and start switching over to auto doors, guys. How much does an auto door cost? 65 and 2 components. All right, not yet. Harriet is fully healed. Excellent. Tell me you didn't wind up with any scars. Ah, she came in with that stab scar. Most of our colonists come in old and with stab scars, right? One advanced component. How much does an arm cost to make? 4. I gotta say, 5 chem fuel generators, 2 wind turbines, and 4 tox generators. We're finally doing pretty good on power. Barb needs to go down for death rest soon, but I'm gonna wait for Humph to get up, even though she might wind up with a little bit of death rest exhaustion. God, doesn't she fucking look evil. Fully black with a fucking ritual hood on. When I did a peaceful playthrough of Rimworld, I talk about that sometimes. I did an off-camera peaceful playthrough. It's just something I did for fun. I installed the mod that took a snapshot every day or whatever it was. So I did a time-lapse, put that up on YouTube. If you check out the Rimworld section, it's listed up there. It's on the shorts list. Okay, you're smelting the right thing. So if you guys want to check that out, that's up there. I did play with a couple of quality of life mods when I did that, including the one that was auto dye clothing. So once you set the color for them, if they weren't busy doing something else, they would go and recolor their clothing automatically. I really like that one. I do think it should be cooked into the main game. I think the idea that you have to micromanage them going and coloring their clothing all the time is a little annoying. If you're doing anything to pay attention to keeping your people in clothes that aren't tattered, or making sure to upgrade them to clothes that are better, you know, better quality, more armor, more resistance, whatever the case may be, it does become quite the chore. The reason I'm willing to do it is because we don't have much going on sea ice, and we're stuck inside the base. We could be hauling in the slag from up here. We could be hunting that rabbit. We could be mining at this drill, mining out the sandstone for some extra building materials, hauling in any of these corpses, chopping them up. I mean, we could turn all of these site stealer corpses into chem fuel. We don't have a ghoul that will eat the twisted meat, but if we butchered all of them, turn them all into chem fuel, turn all the dread leather into top hats, sell the top hats, all that stuff. So, coloring up the clothing. If 65% of your clothing, what's your idea, Blue? If 65% of your clothing is either their favorite color or ideology color, they get a +1 moodlet. +1 is not a lot, but when you're living in a frozen shack in the middle of an ice sheet, every little bit counts, you know? We finally got some drugs coming in, so that's helping with the mood. We've got a Very impressive barracks. I'd like to get up to extremely impressive, but we're going to need to get some art done for that. How are you doing? You are dying. All right. We can't tend him while he's sitting there. We can't feed him while he's sitting there. So... top to bottom, left to right, you paint the floor and let the person pick the color. Maybe 100 points for a redeem. Paint the floor. Maybe. I'm going to say maybe on that. I lean into no because it's going to screw with my eyeballs. Like, if there's just random colors everywhere, it's going to fuck with my ability to play the game. So, I'm leaning towards no on that. But... can you feed? You can't. Okay, so I need Barb to do work. Is somebody feeding him already? Oh, Grump's on it. Little things chat can do to interact. Yeah. Keep the suggestions coming. Somebody suggested the squat thing, so we did the squat thing. So that worked out really well. I'm happy to be doing that. Poor assault rifle. Someone tried to rob my Thrumbo caravan. I bet that went real well for them. With ungodly amounts of blunt resist, melee bots suck. Yep. Yep. I don't doubt that. Those spoil in 1.6 days. I'd like to get them in the refrigerator, so let's up the pemmican amount. But I think if chat works together, we can make some cute pixel art. All right, let me think about how I want to do that. I might could do that, or something along that line. Of r/space. I don't use Reddit. The only time I use Reddit is when I'm searching stuff up for like games and the link pops up in Google and then I'll read through real quick. Reddit's format doesn't work for my brain. It influenced a lot of different platforms when it came out and it drove me nuts. I don't want most upvoted things. I want chronological order. Like, I want the option to search most upvoted, but I can't understand what's going on Reddit because it's got all these upvoted comments and they all go to the top. And I'm like, wait, what are they replying to? And it's a comment that's like 5 posts down, and like, it just screws with my ADHD so bad. I'm like, I can't figure out what's going on here. So unless it's just concisely like, this is the thing, like, I know everybody's like, Reddit's addictive. You get sucked in. You'll click on one thing and be there forever. I go to Reddit and immediately I'm like, I don't want to be here. This hurts my brain. They brought a knife. He brought a knife to a Thrumbo fight? I bet he feels dumb. What is Tachyon's favorite color? Maroon, I see. This color palette needs more brightness. I think he just feels dead. It was Reddit April Fool's joke that became insanely popular. It was a 1,000 by 1,000 canvas of white, and anyone could place one of 16 colored pixels once every 5 or so minutes. Oh, interesting. That is neat. I like community artwork stuff like that. I think that stuff is cool. Did we already do the pemmican? No shit. I'm trying to make enough pemmican to bring the rest of the corpses into the freezer. Anyone with an account. Gotcha. That's an interesting concept. As you can imagine, communities flock to make their art, then defend it from other random people or griefers from putting pixels on your community's art. Interesting. That kind of reminds me of the videos that I've watched on 2B2T, the oldest anarchy server in Minecraft, as FitMC always says in his videos. Because they all, like, the communities come together to do obsidian art at spawn and in different locations on the server. Then there's like hidden bases that they try to, you know, make sure the griefers can't get to. Yeah. I like the idea of 2B2T, and I like watching the content on it. I don't think I could hang though. Like I'm not a hacker. So you got, like, that's one of those servers, like, if you're not cheating, you're already behind type of status. So I get out a few million blocks, but stopped because settling down was too stressful. Yeah, I think I would treat that very similar to the way I would treat Ark PvP. I was a PvE player in Ark. I like to collect the dinos, breed them, get different color combinations, breed for stats, trade with other people, do the endgame content, get badass gear. I was all about collecting and base building. I wanted to find the most efficient way to run a base, whether it was with people that I was playing with or my solo base. Ah, yes, I needed to add that to do the poor assault rifle. But I always thought about PvP, like, what would I want to do with PvP, right? And so anybody who doesn't know Ark, it's a techno dino game. You basically you ride dinosaurs and shoot people, build bases. You could do traps and all sorts of stuff, tame dinosaurs, blah blah blah, breed them. It's a fantastic game. With PvP, you wind up in a situation where the alpha tribes rule. You either wind up working for them, grinding and making bullets for their turrets, or they wind up stomping you over and over until you quit. So a lot of people who play PvP will go on, like, modded servers where you can hop on and just build up real quick for a weekend and fuck around on that server and then abandon it after. A couple of memorable stories from the first our place. The blue corner started because of our place. A few people, but some blue pixels in the bottom left corner, and it just grew. Ooh, interesting. Visitors, you're gonna have a bad time. Vole. You know what a vole is, Morty? You know what a fucking vole is? I don't remember what I was saying. I got distracted by the pawn named Vole. Some people made a rainbow, and people kept expanding throughout as much as the map as they possible, all while intentionally avoiding other communities' art. I love when you see the good in people come out like that. Well, there's some wealth we didn't need on the map. And then the void, right? The only problem I have with this, because we're perfectly safe in base, the only problem I have with this Sight Stealer event is just that we don't get to make progress. Like, I'm trying not to do too many things right now, because if we spend... Oh, that's good. I like having a fire foam pack. Assumed you have started by 4chan, then placed some black pixels in the middle and grew it to such a way that feels too natural. Oh. Interesting. I never got into 4chan either. Okay, cool. They're on top of making a bionic arm. I'm going to suspend that. Because I think... Is it BD that has an aching arm? Yes. So BD is going to get a new arm. Oh, and I did switch everybody over to that stuff because we've got some of that growing. Look at this sight. Barb, dressed in all black, studying a Sight Stealer, while Grump tries to reduce the resistance of a prisoner kept in the same cell. This Sight Stealer's not going to last very long. If they can last until we can get entity containment, I'd be happy. I'd like to replace these inner walls with plasteel, because that's going to affect... Or uranium. Because the tougher this material is, the more secure this is. I'd also like to get a security door up here. We have the power and probably have the materials, but now that the Sight Stealer is in there, whatever. Once, when we get the chance, we'll fix it. Meanwhile, we're just going to keep dyeing people's clothing. Hi, Nether in chat. Hope all is well. Hey, Salen, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We came online to Sight Stealers being outside our base from last stream. A raid happened. Sight Stealers did most of the work. We cleaned up. And then the Sight Stealers shrieked, and now we have more Sight Stealers outside our base that we're just hiding from. We almost made this Itakeen into a ghoul, but realized that they were a child and don't have their full hit points, so we're going to recruit them as a colonist instead. But they went berserk, and we had to beat the shit out of them, so they can't walk at the moment. So we have them living in with the Sight Stealer. Not the best idea, but I've had worse ideas. Meanwhile, we're using tox generators, which, guys, we can probably switch off of tox generators. I'm going to be straight with you. Like, we have a lot of organics. We could swap those out for 5 chem fuel generators and probably still be fine. Well, we need to swap it out for 6 of them, I suppose, right? Meanwhile, we're just scanning the hell out of everything. I might want to put a drill down and start pulling this plasteel out here. Tox summoning meats. Ah, yeah. Do we need meat? Do we need meat? I could move the batteries. After the void was fended back, they then tried to take over Rainbow Road, as it was then called, by expanding into others' art, and the Rainbow Road community had to say, hey, this isn't us. Interesting. You crave violence. Fair enough. Fair enough. We have had kind of a chill day. So, I get that. Oh, I wish I had a microphone on my spine for that one. You guys would have been like, holy shit, Nether. Speed it up just a little bit for a second. I do like having fire foam packs on some of my people, especially when I have vampires in the mix. Like, vampires will 100% get themselves into a situation where, like, we'll be doing a great fight, all of a sudden there'll be fire for whatever reason, and then all your vampires freak out. But if you've got a fire foam pack on one of your colonists that's in the main group, you'd pop that shit, take out all the fire. Vampires don't have a problem at that point. Ooh, that's not too far from base. That's excellent. Okay, so I might move our primary stockpile here because I want to put down a drill to start pulling plasteel out of the ground because we got it right here, but I don't want to leave our primary shit here in case insects spawn. But we'll hold off on a second from that. What's a drill cost? I feel like we don't necessarily need 2 drills. We can't get at all of it from this side. I don't want to put it inside. Two components, 100 steel. Yeah, we might want to do that. Copy settings. Let's put you... Make bionic arm. I need a surgery room pretty badly, but it's another thing I don't want to freaking spend materials on until we get to that point. We'll do surgery up here. $18 hours. Let's Anything super important to put over there? Not really. Much leather? 45. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to put everybody on default. Because I believe default has pemmican on it. Yeah. So they'll be a little happier. For now. Default also allows them to eat paste, so they can eat the simple meals that are lying around, the pemmican that's lying around, and then they'll automatically go back to eating paste. I just wanted to get everything in the freezer. Might as well convert food that's going to spoil into a mood bonus for our pawns, you know what I mean? Vroom vroom out in the distance. If anybody wants to, use the vroom vroom emote, feel free to spam that up in chat when you hear loud assholes in the background. BD, you need an arm. There's even drugs we could sell that these guys brought. Yeah, yo. Sounds great to me. I haven't checked our wealth in a while. 200,000 wealth. We're damn close to raid cap, everybody. Real quick, let's put a zone right there. Just for the dye. You got a lot of meat. You could do better meals, maybe. We just put them on their normal stuff. We're having them eat pemmican and eat whatever simple meals are kicking about as well. So yeah, we're gonna start moving in that direction. So here's the thing about meals, Resmond. They can't get metal horrors from paste or pemmican. They can only get metal horrors, as far as food is concerned, from meals. So if Mila ever gets a metal horror infection, our entire base is going to get got with metal horrors. So that's why we're on paste. Not like, it was helpful to preserve food, but it's also a preventative measure. But I think we have literally like 3 simple meals or something like that. 0 simple meals. And we needed to make pemmican just to make room in the fridge. So I'm actually going to go in here and change that and make this just pemmican on the default. You're eating without a table. Okay, so the pemmican can't be stored over here. The sheer number of heaters necessary to keep it warm in here is insane. And it's summer, too. It's 30 degrees Fahrenheit outside, well, you know, summer in the Arctic. And we need, what is this, 9 heaters and all of these generators just to keep this place at 70 degrees. In here is a little easier because it's a smaller space, but we still have 3 chem fuel generators and 3 heaters in here. That's insane. When it gets to winter, it's so hard to keep these places up. But now that we've got more organics and more ways to deal with fuel and everything like that, I think it's going to be substantially easier this coming winter. Can you walk yet? 50%. You can absolutely walk. Grump is doing work? Yep. Harriet's no longer inspired. That's fine. Alright, I'm going to do some stockpile work since we're, like, just in this whole thing. We should have a stockpile of steel and plasteel right next to the fabrication bench. And the components should be right next to the fab bench as well. So we're going to do that in a hot second. I just want to get the prisoner moved in here. Okay, cool. There are better ways to do this if you have plenty of resources. Like, usually what I do is for I've got 2 prisons attached to the main base, usually. I have the Hemogen farm ones, and then I have the catch and release prisoners. And what I'll do is, let's say there was another one of these small prisons here. We'd put them in there every time we needed to tend them or feed them. And then when they could walk, you just deconstruct the doorway and let them walk into the base. And then if they get to be a problem, you throw the doorway back on, rearrest them. But I like to use this prisoner technique, and right now we don't have the resources, and I don't have the mental capacity to set that up, so... where are we at? Julie and Maker, 2 of our vampires. Okay, stockpiles. I like to do stockpiles on pause, because if you don't, sometimes the idiots just bring stuff over. Wait, this one was steel or plasteel? Okay, so this one is going to be... components and advanced components. We'll put components there. Oop. And then... do Thrumbo Fur. And cloth down here? Actually, let's just do cloth down here. They can go up here to grab any of the other random bits, but we consistently have cloth, so we'll leave that next to the tailoring bench. Let's put that on important, so they auto restack everything. You got a lot of me. Oh, wait, I already read that. Oh, they do go bad in there. Alright, well, we'll let them remove that pollution, stick it back in there, and then we'll launch that pod. I don't know that I'm going to launch it at Tribals. We're at a wealth that, like, even with the Sight Stealers here to help us, Tribals might be a little too much in the size that they would come with. I might, since we're at the edge of the world, I'm probably just going to launch it way the fuck out here. I set a growing zone for hay grass. Turned off cutting. Why do my pawns keep harvesting it anyway? Cutting and harvesting are two different activities. Yeah, I actually don't know how to solve that one. You might... I don't know. Does anybody know how to solve that problem? Like, I feel like I know the answer to that. That's fair. I have sowing on, so they are replace grass eaten by animals. Yeah. That is not an easy one, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, BD got their arm. Hell yeah. Actually, leave that there. We wind up doing enough surgeries at this point. How's our prisoner coming along? 4.6 resistance. How is Humph doing on death rest? 21 hours. Okay, in 21 hours, we'll put Barb down. Actually, she's probably got... Alright, she doesn't have death rest exhaustion yet, so we're going to leave her up. More or less just in case she needs to do a coagulate on somebody. I don't like to have multiple vampires down at the same time. That's another thing we got to start working on, is getting proper death rest situation ready. You know, caskets, death rest accelerators. If we could get everybody's death rest down to 2.5 days instead of 4 days with accelerators, I'd be pretty goddamn happy, I'm not going to lie. can't do that. Okay. Where's Ben? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Let's get Ben to finish that component real quick. It's got 9 work on it. I just wasn't trying to have them burn through all the steel we had inside. Cool. Okay, guys, I think this is a good time to take a quick restroom break. I'm going to put up the links to my buddy Bobby's music because he does the music for my channel. So if you enjoy it, go over, take a quick listen, give him a like, show him some love from me and the community. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. I'm going to address the liquid in equals liquid out paradigm from both sides. Coffee, restroom. I will return. All right, let's get back to the action. Sure, why not? So basically, since we're stuck inside for this entire stream, we're more or less just getting organized. We're growing some crops that don't need to be food because we're stocked up on food. We no longer have a ghoul, so we don't have to worry about saving our meat for the ghoul. Corpses are in the freezer so that our wealth stays down, but we still have access to the meat. We're going through and dyeing up the clothing to maximize our mood buffs. You know what we could do? Let's check in on our relationships, see if we can put anybody else into a double bed. You know, vasectomies and double beds all day long. Barb does not have a relationship. Mila, no. BD. Or Mr. Ben is got a dead wife. BD and Grump are together. Kincaid is friends. Tachyon engaged to Julie, of course. We need to get Julie a bigger bed. Grump's got 2 dead wives. Oh, Eugene and Grump are brothers. That's crazy. You know, I don't know if it's because our colonists tend to be a little older in this playthrough, because we've gotten a lot of older colonists, but for some reason we don't have nearly as many relationships. All of our relationships are people getting together with Julie for the most part, other than BD and Grump getting together. I'm honestly not even sure what to do. Like, I definitely don't want to melee block the Sight Stealers. Like, they'll attack whatever comes on map. Oh, that's right. We were going to get rid of the waste pods. Before they pop and cause a cocoon infestation in our base. We're not trying to provoke a response. We're just trying to get rid of the waste. Figure if I send it all the way to the edge of the fucking world, it'll do the least damage to reputation. If it does any damage to reputation, we'll start... We lost 1 reputation with the Broken Dominion. We'll send them some stuff. Oh, this guy has blood loss, this Sight Stealer. That is bait right there. Randy's like, oh, you wanted some things for research, right? Here's an unconscious Sight Stealer right outside your door. Yeah, next to like 1,000 other ones. Alright. Hump is getting up in 13 hours. Let's go down the gear list, see if anybody is... Okay, you have a bad cloth button down. So can we get you into a better button down? Alright, we did up our cloth production. There's going to be quite a bit of cloth coming in there. I don't even know what to do. I don't want to mass produce drugs just yet, but we don't have room for food, so do we just do a round of drugs? I'm thinking, yeah, let's do Psychite in there. Sure. Let's just do a whole round of Psychoid. Nope, nothing's on fire. Just, you know, second round of massive number of invisible enemies circling our base. I would have liked to have been able to repair some of the damage to our outer walls, but we are yanking plasteel right out of the ground now, so we'll be able to expand with non-flammable walls. I like that. I know it seems like we're not getting a lot done, but stockpiling some plasteel so that when we have the chance... yeah, we're gonna start producing drugs for relationships with our allies. Nine. 4 for 2. So we need 4, 8, 12 berry plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know what? Let's switch these over to berries instead of Psychoid. So we're going medicine, drugs, and cotton at the moment. You know, ish, Sparta. It's over here. Like, in base, we only have 165 steel, so I don't want to build anything out of steel right now. But as soon as... well, and then we've got another stack here just for projects, but I don't want to build anything out of steel until we're not stuck inside anymore. But yes, we are going to be putting up the materials for just about everything. We've got another patch of steel right here. We're almost done ripping this one up. We scanned another patch of steel here. We're digging plasteel out in our main base area here. If we need jade for, like, beauty, we've got some jade we can yank out of the ground. We've got a meteorite of silver. We've got a meteorite of uranium up here. Do you have enough steel to afford another drop pod launcher to put in the freezer to use it as mass storage? No, because it's like 110 steel or something. I mean, again, yes, outside. We could do that. We really need a bigger freezer. We got 6 tiles of our freezer taken up by sarcophagus from the 3 deaths that we had a couple of streams ago. So that's a whole thing, right? Now, I told them to refuel this thing. We're good. We've got 200,000 wealth. That's not really the best thing in the world. See, I would love to be spending time making bionics right now, but that would require advanced components. Advanced components require components. Components require steel. We've only got 12 components. I mean, it's tempting to make... Okay. Back to what you were doing, Nether. Let's look through our health and see if there's any bionics we should, like, eke out just to deal with, like, aching, you know, problematic scars and stuff. Okay, you're anesthetized. Right arm isn't aching, so that's fine. Manipulation, but no aching. Oh God, Muffalo Shaman, poor guy. He's gonna get eaten alive, quite literally. Bionic leg, bionic leg. I'd like to get a bionic leg on Shoe, but it's not aching, so it's not, like, insanely important. But if we were going to pick one to do, same thing with Pete. Shoe and Pete really need bionic legs. Is anybody else leg? Let's see if our solo friend can take on an army of sight stealers. That is why I don't want one of our pawns melee blocking the sight stealers. Even with them being able to stun them with the Zeus hammer, I would much rather have a ghoul to be able to do that, but making a ghoul would necessitate us to have someone to make into a ghoul, and our best candidate for making a ghoul is now going to be recruited as an actual colonist because they're too young to be made into a ghoul because their hit points are low, etc., etc. So let's see about getting ourselves a bionic leg. 20 steel, 10 plasteel, 3 gold, 1 component. 20, 40, 60, that would be 80 steel. Okay, I think we're going to do that. We're going to do 4 of those set to... I'm going to make Maker do this because he's going to do this faster. And... same thing right here. No, actually, Ben can use the crafting experience. Yeah, same thing over here, actually. Let's just have Ben do it for the sake of crafting experience. He's at a 10. Maker's at a 14. They're both production specialists. At least he's going to scuff up one site so they're fire, question mark. No. Tox generators. Tox generators make a noise when they dump out tox stuff. Okay, so we've got cloth coming in. Bank, Shoe, and Pete. Don't you have a cloth shirt? Why doesn't Maker have tattered apparel? They do. Ratty apparel, -3. Okay, so we got to get Maker a new shirt. Maker needs a new shirt. Julie's not in the worst situation. We won't worry about that for a second. That's a muffalo wool parka. Alright. This is where Nether gets out his notes. One pod launcher can hold 66 stacks of meat due to the weight requirements. If 10 steel can hold 3 stacks of meat, then we'll need 200 steel worth of shelves to store the same amount. Costs 110 steel and 2 components to make the launcher and pod. Yeah. That's probably a good way to deal with small amounts of space. We might do that when we open the doors, or if we scan steel inside our walls. At this rate, I feel like we're going to be stuck inside forever. Okay, so I'm going to write shirt here and do a hash mark. Then we need a parka, hash mark. I should make another pair of pants. And if we're going through everything, because we're making a lot of leather, so pants, parka, shirt for Maker here. Maker's stuff is getting ripped up pretty good. We'll put another pants on for Julie. We'll be okay on Barb for now. That's the parka I just checked off there. That'll do for now. Another pair of pants. Don't you hate pants? We need warm materials. I would absolutely love to get a trader to get some hyperweave or synthread right now. Alright, that's our list of essentials. Summon, in theory, some animals to distract them if we can do the ritual. We could call in a Diabolus. We could do a draw animals. We could do a... We can't call allies, but... maybe we'll do a draw animals. No, I'm not gonna draw the Diabolus. That's not going to happen. But we could. We're not going to. Resistance at 2.7. Oh, I should put a spot for gold over here. Quite literally nuclear. I mean, if we had to, I would. But I think we'll be okay. Oh, Humph is up. Good, good. That means Barb can take a nap. Our people keep switching beds. Because I keep swapping this out for a prison. Yeah, absolutely. Open and research. Anomaly or regular? Speaking of which, we really should get this going and start getting marine armor. Yep. Fire foam? I don't know. Probably. I never use fire foam. I really should. That's normal research, right? We've done all of the normal research, so if it's normal research, we have it. Yes, we have fire foam. Eh. I don't like fire foam. So the thing is with me and fire foam, I've tried using it. We have fire foam backpacks. We've got 2 of them or 3 of them on our people, so I'm good with that. Give me 1 second to queue this stuff up. I completely forgot what I was doing. We have one of these. Doesn't matter. This should actually be Ben. Ben is going to be doing our clothing. Okay, parka, pants. Four. Okay, that's the list. The thing about fire foam with me, it always just causes a mess. I put down a fire foam IED, inevitably one of my colonists just walks right over it, triggers it, and it's like, oh, okay, so now there's a huge mess that takes a lot of labor to clean up. I mean, we got plenty of labor to clean things up, so it's not like the biggest deal, but I don't really care too much. I probably should on this playthrough, just because of the situation with how small the colony is and all of that. Something we really need to do is get Humph a better weapon. If we didn't have these sight stealers, we probably already would have triggered the crypto drone hack. Because we've got 2 out of 5 of the relic quests done already. The other one on here is the excavation, which we're starting to get to the point where we have enough people where I might consider sending some off map to do this. And even if we went and did it and failed it, then cool. We fail it, then we wait for another one to trigger. But I'd like to get a relic for Humph. Maker's Zeus Hammer is alright. It's a normal Zeus Hammer, so I'd like to get one for him as well, but we got to do one at a time. I'm not planning on taking on any more melee pawns. I leave room for the smallest of possibilities that we might take on one more. 3 is a real nice number if you can support it, because then you can stick 3 melee pawns right up front in one of these doors. So you've got 3 people melee punching the one spot where they are, and then everybody else behind them. But at the moment, our melee pawns aren't really putting in much work, mostly because we don't have power armor for them. Now, they're vampires, so we're going to get them into power armor. That's why I flicked on our research bench right here. As soon as we get marine armor up, we're going to make marine armor if we can afford to. Now, I believe that requires uranium, advanced components, plasteel, and uranium. Which, as long as we can get outside at some point or another in the next week, we can absolutely make 2 sets of marine armor, and then start knocking out marine armor for our people. Biggest problem we're going to have with armor is we definitely want people in good headgear, but the problem is we need to keep everybody warm. And without a steady supply of Thrumbo fur, no way to grow Devil Strand, or being able to trade for Hyperweave and Synth Thread, cloth is just not cutting the mustard. So I'm not sure what we got to do here. We may at one point have to start keeping animals just to shear them. Like the next group of Muffalo that come along, we might want to tame a couple of Muffalo just so we can shear them. We're starting to get to the point where we can afford to feed them. You know, we could literally put them on a hitching post in the corner and put a space that requires rice or berries to be put on it so they can eat them. But we need warm clothing. So I think looking out for the opportunity to actually bring on some ranching animals for shearing might be something we want to do. I'm going to have her make some more pemmican. Right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Our boy over here is probably starving because we don't have a pemmican in the place. Okay, that was a dumb call on my part. Oh, I did not realize we got the tech print for artificial metabolism. Can't remember when that happened, but fuck yeah. Oh, wait, no. We're still... Oh, it was the anomaly research that happened. Okay. Bioferret shaping so we can get serum synthesis, which will bring our ghoul back to life. Then we could chock them full of ghoul enhancements, I think. Actually, no. Summon flesh beasts. So it's got to be summon flesh beasts. Sorry, I got distracted there. We need all the help we can get. I see the mistake I made now. Everybody back on paste. And then we're going to knock this back down to, like, say, 100. We need pemmican for our prisoner. I forgot about that. Caught it before he started starving and started mental breaking on us. Flesh beasts are hostile to us, but if you get a mech cluster and summon flesh beasts on them, they do a lot of work and act as a really good distraction. I'm not intending to de-aggro the Sight Stealers. I'm intending to just let them sit there until another threat comes along so they can fight them. Either that, or I will get bored and drop Toxic Waste on Tribals to force a retaliation, so that the Tribals can deal with them. We're just at 200,000 wealth, so Tribal Raid right now is going to be upwards of 100 to 150 Tribals, so I don't really want to get involved with that if I can avoid it. And I'd probably go for the Neanderthal tribe if we do, because they're slower than we are, and they usually come with all melee weapons. They soak a lot of damage, though, so that's another thing to consider. Why? What is your problem? Alright, Humph is taking care of himself. Okay, fantastic. And we have guns. Yes, we do have guns. We have combat commands. We have shooting specialists. So all of that puts it in our favor. So we're still producing a lot of... Not a lot, but we're still producing toxic waste over here. So... I'm actually kind of enjoying a chill day. We had some really crazy days last week. Remember that? Where we had like a mech cluster at the end of stream, then a mech cluster at the beginning of the next stream, then a breach raid, then another mech cluster. We've had some really intense days, so I'm pretty thankful for a chill day. Getting to hang out, talk with you guys, just kind of letting it run slow. We could absolutely go boop and just let them run around like crazy ants, but I'm enjoying letting it run slow and just chilling, micromanaging, making sure we've got all of our people colored up so that they're a little happier, making sure that everybody's got proper attire. If we got just one dude who had really good shooting and can resist cold more. It's the invisibility, Sparta. They don't appear until they're right next to you. I could theoretically send Julie out and just freaking have her snipe them left and right. I'm pretty sure she could pop them in one hit. No. I don't like miniguns. I don't like miniguns at all. I could see them working in certain Killbox situations, but I don't like miniguns. They take too long to wind up. Not good for kiting. Jump out to the edge of the map, set a sleeping spot, then just spray and pray you hit something, then jump away once they appear. Bad strats. I mean, it is definitely an interesting strat, but I agree. I don't think that would be a great way to approach that. Could work. Feel free to play test it. Okay, so main research wise, I want to finish out this this marine armor so we can get our 2 melee pawns into power armor. As soon as that's done, we're going to get ourselves into artificial metabolism so we can give all of our vampires nuclear stomachs. As I said, there's the caveat with that if you need to use EMPs and your vampires for melee blocking, that could cause problems because the EMPs will force them to vomit. And the other thing is like we're kind of good on food, but it's not just about being able to feed our people. We are endurance matches here. We're used to the cold. We've got the clothing for it. We've got the people like set up for it. Anybody, including the mechs coming to our map, aren't set up for it. You know, if we give Julie a bionic leg, I mean, she already outkites everything and has the hemogen jump. But if we give Julie a nuclear stomach, she'll literally just be able to stand out here and kite raids forever. Oh, yeah. I mean, eventually we'll get some sort of breach or something like that that'll hit us, and we'll have to deal with it. But until that happens, we can just hang out in base and keep tweaking our pawns. My goal for this pawn is to make everybody a badass. So when we get a little reprieve from being stuck in here, we're going to make sure to pull in as many resources as humanly possible, or pawnly possible. And we're going to get ourselves, we're going to continue getting ourselves going with bionics. We're slowly replacing all of the limbs that have aching scars so we can mitigate the mood debuff of having people have pain. And then once that's done, we're going to start going for the legs that have scars so we can make sure that the movement gets buffed. And then we'll start replacing other stuff. I'm tempted to leave arms and eyes until after everyone has at least one leg. Given that we have combat in darkness, we're going to be fighting on snow. If we all have a single bionic leg or more, we're at an extreme advantage movement-wise. So, nope. Maker's going to grab that shirt. But I would like to be able to knock out our light balls here. You know what I mean? Our festivals. Because if we could get a few people, even if it's just for organ harvesting, that'll get us up to ally. Like, if we can get 2 or 3 people, rip their organs out, and give them the Teotoria, we'll be allies. Then we'll be able to call allies in, and that's very useful. Right now, we're running a few crops of drugs to try and make that happen, so we'll do something. I'm almost tempted to drop some food on them, but every time in this game that I've ever sold or dropped food, I wind up having problems. The very next event screws my food if I do that. What'd you say? I meant one dude with a minigun for just, well, a bullet hose since no cover. I don't like miniguns. By the time you wind up to shoot a minigun, everybody they're shooting at is up on top of them, either melee punching them or is within range of their longer range weapon. So, I get what you're saying. Hard no. You don't ever need to, like, bring up miniguns again. The answer is no. You will never see me use a minigun. If the day comes that we use a minigun, I guess I owe you my firstborn child. That'll never happen, Sparta. All right, we'll speed this up a little bit. I can't believe we're bringing on another Itakeen. I really wanted to make them into a ghoul. A tough Itakeen ghoul is just choice. You gotta guess correctly how many days this takes so you can choose minigun only as the next run. Oh my god. No weapons until we can get miniguns. Fists and miniguns only. Not that evil. For real. So I'm not even sure what to say here. Oh, combat supplier passing by? Don't mind if I do. Anything good? Anything good? Healing factors. Wish we had $2,600 for healing factors. That's a good one. Marine armor, cataphract armor. Oh, fuck, man. $4,000 for cataphract would be nice. Low shield for $571. Is there anything we can sell? Yep, you can have the packaged survival meals. Done and dusted. Who needs an offhand? Tachyon? Sure. We'll get you offhand because you're a shooting specialist. Your guys are covering the range already. This is one guy with the LMG, for instances, to bullet hose whatever it hits. LMGs are just a worse version of an assault rifle. Like, an assault rifle is a direct upgrade to an LMG. Just, why would you use an LMG if you could use an assault rifle? They're just, it's not even a personal choice thing. All of this, like, stat-wise, it's just hard fact that assault rifles are better than LMGs. Yeah, not worth it. Six rounds that are never going to hit the broadside of a goddamn barn, no matter how much shooting specialist you have. Don't you hate pants? Barb and Mr. Ben. Oh, your ceremonial hood. Ooh, can we make ceremonial hoods? Is that something we can do? No. Okay, as far as headwear that we can make. Alright, let's check out your cold resist currently. -90. So I'd like you in some sort of warm headwear. I think we did this early on, which is why we were making tail caps, right? $14 cold, $16 sharp. Yeah, hood isn't as good. Top hat is garbage for what we need. Broad wrap. Nope. I reckon Julie would still do decent against a bunch of tribals. Not better than the ARs, of course, but still. Yeah, I mean, if you give Julie enough food, drugs, and buffs that she can stay out there long enough, she could just headshot, headshot, move. Headshot, headshot, move. Headshot, headshot, move all day long. Julie with a minigun. Julie with a minigun gets run down. Oh, did we do a full round of heal root? Cotton, that's cotton. I don't think we have enough cotton growing for my needs. I forgot to take berries off of the pemmican. How are we doing on power? Not bad, but let's knock out a little bit more here. Yeah, we're not producing any more rice at the moment. We'll make some out of meat. And I use berries over rice for fuel. Yeah, I forgot to take the berries off of the make pemmican thing. In fact, shit. Since we don't have pemmican, our prisoner is gonna... Oh no, there's pemmican there. I should probably have a couple of patches of rice going. Okay. Instead of putting cotton here, let's put rice here. Sorry, guys. Sorry to make you switch crops so many times. 12%. Okay, so we made a few things. Barb and Mr. Ben. Mr. Ben has a thing. Barb is... It's her hood as well. Balls. I don't think there's much of a difference between berries and rice, so having them be separate just makes the menus easier. Yeah. No, I'm with you, Blue. You converted me over to the berry method. I'm on it. Auto-separate them. Yeah. When we had to micromanage power flicking the biofuel refinery, I didn't bother with the berries. Now that we have enough power to leave the biofuel refinery on, cool. Maker and Shoe. Okay, so this means I can put Julie in bed with somebody else and switch Maker over to Shoe, and that'll help the mood across the board in the colony. Also, we need to remove berries from this. That was a dumb move as well. Cobbler. Nobody's having kids. Nobody is having kids. We give people vasectomies in this colony. Eugene, Tachyon, Ben, Grump, Tom. All right, let's take a look through here. Eugene, what are you? Tachyon, Grump, Ben. I think putting Julie in bed with Eugene is going to be our best bet because we can't manage their mood with drugs because they're a teetotaler, or teetotaler, however you say it. Teetotaler, sure. So giving them a loving bonus is going to help with their mood. So Eugene, my dude, you're up for surgery. We do need a double bedroll, though. So... So make sure they don't butcher our ghoul. I really wish they weren't counted as human-like. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7 is a lot. Let's butcher 3 of them for now. Which levels of mech technology do we have? We have basic mech tech. Wherever that is. We could do standard mech tech if we wanted to. Summoning the Diabolus wouldn't get us anything, Sparta. We already killed the Diabolus and studied the chip. So all we have to do is research it. We studied the chip already. So it would get us the Mech Commander helmet, the Pikeman, the Scorcher, and then a bunch of other random bullshit. Pikeman and Scorcher, unless you're doing a burn box, Scorchers are worthless, plus we have vampires. Pikemen are just garbage across the board as far as us having them. They suck to fight against because they'll snipe and headshot your people, but... Alright, how much do we need for a double bedroll? 85. Just gets harder and harder. Alright, I guess it doesn't matter where we make... Oh, wait, we have one right here, actually. Oh, perfect. Okay, so... Eugene. Oh, Barb is down. All right, we'll wait till Barb gets up to put Eugene in under the knife. You got 2.5 days to try and impregnate somebody, Eugene. Kill the level 1 boss, get access to level 2 boss. Kill the level 2 boss, get access to the level 3 boss. All we need to get access to the level 2 boss is to do the standard mech tech research, and then I think we get access to summoning the War Queen with the tech that we built. We build a dish and then use that dish to summon the War Queen. Then we kill the War Queen. Then we build a different building that summons the Apocryton. And that gets us all the way up. Okay, we didn't actually need to butcher those creatures. Yeah. I don't care. I don't like the mechs that you can control. Other than the lifters and healers, all of the combat mechs are essentially worthless. Like, the only thing I would go up the mech tech tree to get is the medic bot. Because they can't be a metal horror. But we've already taken so many precautions against a metal horror that I'm not actually worried about it. I'm going to butcher up the rest of this because using some of that meat for chem fuel lowered our reserves a little bit. The combat mechs on 500% difficulty are more or less worthless. I mean, once you get over raid cap, you can do some dumb shit. Like, once we can just go nuts with wealth, we could theoretically make a whole army of Lancers and just set them up in a line and just have them pop, 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 and stand behind them so that everybody else shoots them first. But they're going to get down, and we're going to have to repair them, regestate them, the whole shebang. Not that that's bad. I'd rather them do that, but any mechs that we make are more or less just going to be there for the sake of being bait, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. But if we're going to make mechs for bait, might as well just make healers and haulers and cleaners. That way we don't have to haul things in from around the map. Agrahand, maybe. Tunneler, yes. Tunneler for melee blocking might be a good idea. What tech do you have to be for tunneling? It's basically like that, right? It's just utility mechs. There's such a pain in the ass to deal with unless you're, like, high up there. Agrahand. Yeah, I meant Tunneler, not Agrahand. Where do you get the Tunneler? Where do you get the Tunneler? Standard. Array headset, bandwidth, control, large. Oh, scroll, nether, scroll. Scorcher, Scyther, Tunneler. Okay, there you go. I mean, we could knock out that research. We might do that. If I had a Tunneler, we could melee block these Sight Stealers. Yeah, I never remember that there's a scroll in there. Oh, man. I don't want a human leather parka. That's fine. Okay, they're gonna make it anyway. Crisis of belief. Animal pack. Okay. Well, I mean, that didn't really help us very much. I suppose we could actually work on converting them at the same time. Oh, 6.1. Okay, cool. Got to get back to making rice soon. How long on this psychoid? 20%. Lower that. We don't need max distance transport pods. Blue fur. I think I want to switch some of these over to blue fur. We'll also do a parka out of blue fur. Hidden Mechaniter Crypt. Should we get a second Mechaniter? That's awesome. So guys, I feel like I have to apologize for a like chill day. I know that sounds like a weird thing to apologize for, but we really haven't had a lot of action here. So I'm over here like, I know I'm playing slow. I know I'm micromanaging a lot of detail work, and we're just kind of chilling and talking. I'm enjoying the day a lot, so I hope you guys are enjoying the day. I know some people thrive on chaos and combat and stuff like that. I'm happy to make a little bit of stuff. No, I would give it to Ben. Ben and Maker are our crafters. Ben's up to a 10 in crafting and is working on more stuff. Maker is an 18 in crafting, so... But yeah, I wouldn't mind having an army of haulers and then like a couple of Roombas going around cleaning stuff up. One of the great things about the haulers is they'll actually fill the chem fuel generators, and they take care of it way better than the colonists do for whatever reason. Their job priorities just make more sense with it. Masterwork human leather parka. Alright. Now, can you do that with blue fur? If only Tesserons were not Ultra Mech Tech. True. The problem with Tesseron Sparta, vampires. Anything that involves fire, remember, vampires. You use a Tesseron, 4 of our best pawns go fleeing and get killed because they're not, they can't, you know, they can't deal with fire. So, Tesserons and Scorchers are off the menu. Flamethrowers are off the menu. The incinerator we have, we really should just get rid of. We've just kind of got it as like a back pocket, like just in case, you know. Like if our vampires are down for death rest or dealing with a threat on the other side of the map, we give somebody else the flamethrower. Like, let's say we got a Shambler Assault, we could give one team the flamethrower, send them to one side, send the other team with the vampires to the other side, and then like whatever on the third side. Speaking of Shamblers, I would like to get ourselves another Doomsday and or, well, not particularly a triple. I don't like the way triples work, but I'd love to get a Doomsday. And that's not something I could put into words. I feel like triples, there's just more opportunity for them to fuck up. Like, I tend to get better hits with Doomsdays, so... Prisoner's resistance is broken. So we put them on convert. They're already way down, so we should have a new recruit here in a hot second. The shield ones have potential. I think the shield ones are also a possibility. All of it is infrastructure, right? Like, I would really like to get, like, some juicier outer walls before we go into anything that requires that much components. You know what I mean? Because we got to put down gestators and, like, all that nonsense. So we got to put a lot of wealth. Alright, who has a role? Do either of you have a role? No. Kincaid can take the mood hit better. Rare Thrombos. I wonder if the Sight Stealers will fight the Thrombos. Don't exactly care. Shield 1 is down. Shield 2 will soak it, and the other guys will shoot out and drop people. Yeah, maybe we'll go with the Shield Mechs. Hostile to everything. We have Insanity Lance. Yeah. We might want to third party this, because the Thrombos are tanky enough. If they draw all the Sight Stealers, and it's close enough to our base, we might want to pop out and third party. Although the Sight Stealers haven't attacked the rabbit, so... Oh, you can hear them. They're like all around the base. I would say they're probably around this corner and around this corner from like the sound of it. It is really a shame to not go out and kill these thrombos. I gotta say, this is the most tempting thing to pull me out of the base the whole day. If we wait to see where the thrombos stop and chill, we bait the sight sealers to the opposite side of the base, then somehow aggro the thrombo. God damn it, guys. Why did you put this guy over here? My fault entirely. Ooh, some close by plasteel. Not as close as in the base, but you know. Still good. I accidentally let that guy be brought over there. Interacted with too recently. Thrombos are getting right here. So we don't really hear sight stealers on this side. They're over here. So here's the thing. Barb is holding an insanity lance, I think, right? If she was awake, we could airlock her, open the door, Hemogen jump, Insanity Lance one of the thrombos, Hemogen jump back, go through the airlock. It would break aggro, all of that. I'm not sure if it's worth an Insanity Lance. I'm really not sure if it's worth an Insanity Lance. I want to check something real quick. My concern is... Yeah, I mean, I would love to get the thrombos for the thrombo fur. We do need warmer clothing. It's kind of one of those things I'm almost tempted to risk melee blocking with one of our people. But, you know, kill the sight stealers, anger the thrombos, whatever the case may be. I'm tempted to pull some shenanigans, but at the same time... I feel like I don't like using super weapons on resources and sight stealers. It just doesn't feel right. You know, like, what if we get a badass mech raid and that Insanity Lance is what stands between us and victory on that fight? You know what I mean? Oh, that marine armor is just about done. I mean, I'm waiting, Sparta. I don't really have much else to do but wait. We're stuck inside, so. Drop a mortar on a thrumbo. Would that do anything? I don't think that would make them Manhunter. It'd have to be a pretty accurate mortar, too. It'll certainly piss them off. I don't know. Start gradually swapping crops back over to rice. Barb is asleep. Julie is awake. This has been a very grindy stream. I appreciate you guys sticking with me through the grind. Like, I don't want to get to the point where I'm like, okay, we need to make our own fun and then just fuck up because we got antsy. This whole playthrough has been play it safe, take our time, you know, slow and steady, that whole thing. So I don't see any reason to forsake that strategy right now. We got a nice reprieve on food because we got a whole bunch of meat that we're eating through while we make drugs. Then we'll switch back over to rice. We're doing good across the board. Everybody's got some good clothing. We've got mostly good cold resist, decent armor on some people. We're finishing out some researches. We're doing nuclear stomachs. So I'll take today as a big progress day. I mean, anything can happen in the next couple of hours, but it's nice to get a progress day. We've had some really exciting days. We've had some half and half days. Today is, you know, we're grinding out progress, and you never know what's going to happen, like I said. So let's not tempt the fates and make our own problems, because I could see a situation where we start fucking with the thrombos and the site stealers. Our people get a little chewed up, or like we get some mood problems because we're taking our time, and then bam, we get hit with a mech cluster or a raid or something, and then we're not ready for it. It's not just about the threat that's happening right now. It's the preparation for the future threats. Yeah, we could fuck around. We could play games with the thrombos. We could mess with the site stealers. We could do any number of things. But it might put us in a situation where it leaves us unprepared for something that comes that's more difficult. It's that whole old Boy Scout motto of always be prepared. So that's kind of what we're working with right now. You're really on the fire foam today, aren't you, Sparta? Nothing against it, but... Looking for someone to wear this flak chest. Kincaid has got the best cold resist at the moment. Oh! Tachyon, let's get you into a flak vest. Alright, conversion. Excellent. Resistance is broken. They're converted to our ideology, so let's recruit them. Told me that baby giggles are an AoE mood buff. They are! And baby cries are an AoE mood debuff. And microing. Good thing I'm microing. Awesome. How's your colony going, Aya? It sounds like you've got some good action. Sounds like you're kicking ass as far as dealing with threats, and you've got a prospering colony with children and everything. What's your population count up to? Yeah, if anybody wants to talk about their colonies, pop that in there. Usually about the 4 hour mark is where Nether starts to get a little bit tired. You guys notice I come into stream running my mouth pretty hard, about 4 hours deep. I'm like, all right, I've spammed all the information I can spam about all the things going on in life. I guess we could talk about how tomorrow we're going to be doing our on-stream Dyson Sphere program playthrough that we have one stream worth of time into. It's nowhere near what I'm doing in my main playthrough. The main goal for that um, is to get better at the starting bits of the game, learn from people that come in from the Dyson community, which we did a lot of last Saturday, and show everybody out there who's interested in the game what's up with the game from the early on level. So if anybody's interested in it, we're at the early stages. 14 counting baby with 3 prisoners. Just raided some pirates. Birth went great. Hell yeah. Excellent. Are you bionicking and gene splicing people yet? Where'd that blue fur parka go? All right, who needed a new parka? I don't even remember. Ben and Barb need hats. We were like preparing for people to need parkas. Oh, Humph needs a parka. They've got a legendary Thrumbo they've been running on for a while. Oh, it's going to be a huge hit to their cold resist. 220 cold resist versus 86. I think I'd rather have them wearing that than having the mood debuff. Although somebody else will probably put it. We'll wait till it gets tattered. I got a splice ready for my dock, but I'm waiting for the second dock to get back from raiding. Oh, you don't want your doc to be unconscious? You don't want to have no doctors conscious? I gotcha. Because I was going to say, you don't need a doctor to install genes. They just go over and, like, stick the thing in their arm or, like, clamp it to their head or whatever it is. But they will go down for a day or two, I think, for a coma from gene shock. Masterwork blue fur pants. That is phenomenal. I don't remember who needed pants. I don't remember anything we did half an hour ago. Yeah, BD can get Masterwork blue fur. That'll be an upgrade to their temperature. Well, no. Never mind. BD is good on temperature for now. Kincaid's got human leather pants, good down to 100. Tachyon is good down to negative 122. Negative 216 on you. Eugene, human leather pants, good down to 62. Hydrocate, blue fur pants, excellent. Only good down to negative 32, though, because of their other stuff. You need better clothing. Shoe, blue fur pants, normal. Harriet, blue fur pants, good. Kaba, 93, good. Normal blue fur pants. Okay, who was the first one with normal blue fur? Excellent. Normal. Shoe. 130. Pete. 107. 75. I guess we could give them to Kaba? It's an upgrade for Kaba Bank. How are you doing? 91% on the flak, but you're killing it with the Thrumbo for Parka, so let's keep you around on that. Can anybody benefit from these pants I just made? Or am I making pants for no goddamn reason? Alright, Kincaid could get a boost. 9.7 on those. 10.8. So I guess BD? Yep. Minor upgrade, and they've already got good cold resist, but, you know, every little bit counts, right? Heard it. Fire foam will reveal the sight stealers. Question is, can we shoot so close? Right. Our prisoner that needs their yearly psychite injection. Operating. Here, drink this tea. It's an operation. Gotta love it. Alright, we got our new recruit on board. And that's probably who's going to need the most action. I think this schedule is the most empty. And then work priorities, which you're pretty much worthless. You're immediately going to become a shooting specialist. Actually, yeah, you could do the handling, right? Actually, no, the other guy is better. No cooking for you. Nobody hunts. I guess you could help with that. Now, you know what? I don't really want you helping with that. You can just clean and haul. And we need to get you into some good clothing. Equip the charge rifle on them for now. Actually, hang on. Let's have you, let's have you drink a beer, then equip the charge rifle. Just manage that mood a little bit. Oh, that 8 meat debuff will go away shortly as well. They accidentally switched to a religion. 6 hours, they'll have that negative 24 gone. And they should go and snag the best stuff that we have available, which we just made up a whole bunch of things. Unsuspend that. Let's give a couple of those. Quite honestly, allow all except dread leather. Oh, we need a button-down shirt for our buddy here. Preferably out of cloth. Which... it's gonna take a minute. Yeah, I just confirmed. We got Yayo. I mean... kind of. We've got 2 sitting next to this corpse over here. Then no, we don't. No. The horrors beyond human comprehension don't want us to do drugs, right? I have a very particular way of doing drugs for my colonists in Rimworld. Beer, psychite, and smoke leaf set just right. You wind up with next to zero addictions unless you like micromanage and tell them to eat it at the wrong time, and you can do pretty good. At a certain point or another, even chemical interest and chemical fascination pawns are not terrible to take on. If we go, I mean, if we're trying to get to large infrastructure, lots of stuff going on. The fourth one that we're going to add eventually is probably going to be high life, unless no, ritualist, high life or ritualist, depending on where we go. High life is really good for mood, so. Because you just put everybody on drink a beer a day. You got to make sure that, you know, you've got a beer a day worth, but they drink a beer a day and everybody is just absolutely freaking excited to be alive. Like, man, I drank a beer, which means my ideology is happy because we like to do drugs in our ideology. And like, so like they get the mood buff from the beer, they get the mood buff from the ideology. At that point, like getting a bunch of bionics and stuff on people compensates for all the other issues you might have. Okay, people are doing a little bit of a clothing swap here. Damn, you're good down to 84 with the blue fur parka. Well done. Drop that on the floor, though. When you get up, let's change your style. Oh, you're sleeping in that bed because I have it set for hospital bed. Masterwork human leather tail cap. Okay, so that's probably going to have to go on to Ben or Barb. Negative 90, because yeah, your head is deteriorating. Didn't lose too much cold resist, so. So we're just hanging out, chilling, enjoying life. I have to go and run a couple of errands, mostly one errand. I got to go and get a money order because I haven't sent rent in yet this month. It's sitting on my desk. I just keep forgetting. So I'm going to take a walk up to 7-Eleven after this, get myself some money orders, pop that in the mailbox. I've already got food at my house, so I don't got to go food shopping for the evening. But then I'll probably be kicking on the Discord, chilling. Depending on how the evening goes. Most likely. I will be playing my main playthrough of Dyson Sphere program tonight, just hanging out if anybody wants to chill. I could be persuaded to get into other games if anybody wants to do something multiplayer, hang out, whatever. But I've been making a lot of really good progress. Masterwork cloth button down. Excellent. That's your shirt, buddy. It's like, I'm going to haul it. No, put it on. Just put it on. And now you're good down to negative 97. That's what I'm talking about. Bloons Tower Defense. Oh, I know Squiddy loves that game. I'm pleasantly surprised that we have this many colonists. It may have been a bad idea to run a whole batch of psychoid. I feel like by the time we get that psychoid in, Exotic goods trader. That could be handy. Like, we're going to be really scared on food by the time that comes in. We don't have a lot of money, so this really comes down to, like, is there anything that's, like, badass here that we can get, like, if we could spare some of our essentials for. And Sanity Lance is nice, but they're not super hard to come by. I'd love to snag their components and advanced components, but that's a lot of money that we don't have, so unfortunately, no dice. Ooh, sirens. You want to get the co-op maps finished? I have never played that game. Never played that game. It looks like a fun kind of like don't have to think about stuff type of game. You know, just kind of a tappy. Because I tend to play very stressful games. If you guys haven't realized that. Man, this has been just one weird day. Sea ice is such a different animal. It's just such a different animal than any other playthrough. It's passing by. These sight stealers are going to get taken down like just a little bit at a time by all of the random people walking by. Ooh, our first 2-deep infestation. Alright, whole team. Best angle on this. I kind of feel like we should set up over here so that we're not shooting towards our stuff. Yeah, okay. We might lose a drill here, but such is life. Yeah, that's their problem, not my problem. I don't want anybody to get shot in the back of the head, so... Oh, they're going for the turret. Oof. What a waste. I mean, that turret was a sad moment, but it's... We have that there more or less in case of drop pod raids, and more is really what that is. If there's a path to a turret, drop pod raiders will go straight to that. So it was kind of our way of distracting them, but whatever. Well, a little bit more food for the refrigerator. Let's get that drill repaired first and foremost. Yeah, they can butcher up the insects. I'm good with that. Hey, no, there's up, man. Late to the party, but seeing that the colony is doing great. Yeah, Revel, it's doing great. When we came in today, I don't know if you remember, but last stream we had Sight Stealers spawn and they were surrounding the base while they were invisible. We had a raid come. They fought the Sight Stealers. We cleaned up the raid. Took a few minor punches, bruises, whatever. Fully healed up, no major damage. And as it ended, this last Sight Sailor screeched, and now we're hemmed in by Sight Stealers again. We have been inside of our base the entire day, other than a few little, like I said, popping out to clean up the raid after the Sight Stealers and them fought, and then having one of our people come over here and put out the fire that the raiders started. We have been in the base the entire time. We've just been micromanaging our growing stuff. You know, we're growing drugs, then we're switching over to cotton, then we're switching over to food. We're making new clothing for people. We got a new recruit from the raid, so you know, a little bit at a time. We also have plasteel scanned in base, so we've got our miner mining that out. We just got our first deep drill infestation, so there is that, which just gave us a little bit more food. We launched a little toxic waste to the middle of nowhere. We got a -1 from the Empire for it. All of our waste packs out here have deteriorated, so there's no risk of them popping. There's still a risk of the ones in here popping, because we just keep shoving them in there, but we'll launch those eventually. Granite meteorite? Wonderful. Too bad it didn't drop on top of the Sight Stealers. I mean, busy, but grindy busy. We haven't had a lot of combat or crazy events or anything like that. It's not like it's been like left, right, and center, like combat, heal, caravans and stuff. It's mostly just been us looking at this, going through and micromanaging, getting our people better. We got a bionic leg on bionic arm. We could have put a couple of pieces of bionics on to replace some people that had problems with aching scars. So those are now officially. I don't think we're getting any more scars. We don't have any more aching scars, so no more mood debuff from pain at the moment, which is a nice place to be. Yeah. I was starting to feel like switching over to a full batch of Psychoid for profit and reputation might have been a bad call, because I was like, well, we were fully stocked full of meat at the beginning of the stream, and now we're not as much, but we just got that insect, deep drill infestation, so now we've got even more meat. Because of our ideology, we like insect meat. We're turning it into paste anyway, so, I mean, more or less, we're just kind of reinforcing the colony, making sure everybody's good for the winter. We're more than halfway through summer. We only got a couple of days of summer left. So once we go into fall and winter, it's going to be important that we have warm clothing. Most disappointing thing at the moment is we've got Thrumbos on the map, and we can't just openly go out and hunt them for their fur because of the Sight Stealers. We did unlock marine armor, so when we can get out to grab the materials we need to make it, we can get our 2 vampires into marine armor. We don't have a ghoul anymore. We almost made this guy into a ghoul instead of bringing him on the team because they're a tough Itakeen. And tough Itakeens make the best ghouls, hands down. Later on, you can even gene splice them to make them more badass, plus all the upgrades and shit. But they were 14 years old when they came on. Now they're 15. Pawns under 18 don't have their full body size and thus don't have full hit points. So all of the damage reduction would have meant jack because they would have had a lower health pool, so it would have just canceled each other out. But yeah, I would say it's been a busy day in the grindiest of ways. Tough sanguiphage ghoul. Ooh, that is cool. Right, yeah. Somebody mentioned sanguiphages as a good ghoul. Do they don't need death rest, do they? Okay, so hear me out. You get a tough Itakeen. You implant the genes from a sanguiphage into them. So not only do you, because they both have robust, but this has fast runner and they have naked speed. These guys, they both have strong melee. So yeah, that could get you naked speed on top of all of the other bonuses from the Sanguiphage. Then you give them a nuclear stomach to counteract the food. Plate them with ghoul barb, get them ghoul barbs and ghoul plating, power claw, and adrenal heart. Oh, I'd love to do that. Oh, Barb is up, so it's Maker's turn to go down for death rest. That'll do. Oh, and we were going to give Eugene a circumcision so we could do a little bed swapping. Now that Barb is up. Eugene, I hope you've had all the kids you want so far in life. We're picking Eugene so that we could pair him off in a bed. Because we finally got more people in the mix in the love trapezoid that we're doing here. And so Eugene won't do drugs because of their traits. They're a teetotaler, whatever it is. So I figure he's the best candidate to put into a double bed with someone they're in a relationship with, because since we can't manage their mood with drugs, we might as well get them some lovin', you know? All right, vasectomy. Now, I think it was Julie. All right, Julie and Eugene. And then who was the other person? Maker and Shu. Okay. All right, so I'm going to come over here, set owners, no Julie, do a little bed swap. Maker and Shu. We're going to come over here. We're going to do Julie and Eugene. Don't know why that happened. I mean, we kept them in the same bed, but whatever. We got a nice stockpile of plasteel, so as soon as we can get a few things done... Barb needed a new helmet type action, right? I think somebody else took the tail cap that was meant for them, so... Just make sure that gets made out of blue fur. Alright, Sight Stealer got downed over here. Frostbite? Oh, they were bleeding from when someone came on the map. I told you, Sight Stealers are going to get taken down one at a time by the people randomly coming on our map. We just keep getting random visitors. Like, hey, welcome to a frozen sheet of ice in the middle of goddamn nowhere, covered in invisible, scary monsters. How you doing? What? Why? Why? It reminds me of when I was watching Ambiguous Amphibian do Ice Sheet, and he's like, time and time again, I'll never understand why people come to the Arctic to try to fight me. It's like, you know, he's this cannibal wearing human leather clothing and top hats with a badass gun just hanging out in a shack in the middle of nowhere where it's freezing and nobody else can survive. Same thing here. Like, now there are definitely things that can come in and fuck with us, but... Harp is such a badass pawn. Look at the, like, tattoo on her face, the Insanity Lance spike coming up. Favorite color is black. I mean, the hood made her a lot more badass than the tail cap, but, you know, we can't have her running around in tattered apparel. We have a hard time keeping her mood up because she's considered the leader of our colony. Not considered. We made her the leader of our colony. She doesn't have, like, Optimist or anything, so she's always a little teetering when it comes to mood. The elite expectations. But still a badass. So yeah, we've just been scanning, drilling, making clothing, swapping things around. Trying to make sure everybody's warm for the winter. Trying to make sure nobody's running around in tattered clothing. Doing our best to swap stuff out. Like, if people have really good cold resist, swapping it out for defensive stuff, like flak chests and stuff like that. We did do it. We did a trade and grabbed a low shield pack. So we've got another low shield on our team. Power grid has been solid. I mean, although we haven't really run much of anything, we've just been doing research. And yeah, I guess that's another thing. We're almost done with artificial metabolism. So, basically, as soon as we can get out of our base, we're just gonna grab all the steel and random junk around the map and really start just making a whole bunch of stuff. We got a uranium meteorite out there, and we're stockpiling the plasteel from inside. So if we can harvest up some of that uranium, that means we can get our two melee vampires into marine armor. Get them a little more defense. If we had them in marine armor, I'd probably tank these sight stealers. If we had them in marine armor and had plenty of resources to replace any limbs that got fucked up, I would do that. You still do risk scratches and scars and stuff like that, but at that point I think it would be worth doing. So, I mean, because we got a tough one here, and yeah, both of them are tough. So they're both tough. As long as we had... If we had marine armor on them, we would already have dealt with all these sight stealers. Currently, we're doing a mass amount of psychoid because we had all of the food we could possibly want. We had a bunch of corpses, which we now have chopped up. So we've been living almost like carnivores for a while now. Once we get this psychoid crop going, we'll switch back over to rice. By then, we should be right at a nice point, you know. Instead of having the fridge overflowing or empty, it'll be right in the middle. We'll switch back over. Then we can drop that psychoid on Teotoria, along with some other random stuff so that we can get ourselves allied with somebody. That's like one of the big things that's missing from our bag of tricks, is being allied with somebody we can call in for military aid. So would like to knock that out. We're also doing research. We captured one of the sight stealers from the last one, so we are researching to get ourselves into summon flesh beasts, because that can be very helpful. Artificial metabolism is done. Now, summon flesh beasts, obviously they're hostile, but the good thing about summon flesh beasts is you can pull them on a mech cluster, and that mech cluster will take quite a bit of not quite a bit of damage, but between the flesh beasts and the friendly fire from their other mechs, you can kind of soften up the mech cluster a little bit. Also, if you've got an explosive pirate raid that's preparing for a while or something like that, you can summon flesh beasts. Rocket launchers get soaked on the flesh beasts, right? We were talking about a few different things. Now that we can kind of freely research, there's a few things I want to knock out. I was thinking about doing archogenetics, but we're not there yet, so I think possibly bioregeneration. We're getting to the population level where we could afford to put someone into a bioregeneration chamber and heal up like wounds on their head and torso. We were also talking about getting into... You know what? Let's do standard mech tech. Because I might make a tunneler. After that conversation earlier, I might be sold on making a tunneler. Because if we had a tunneler, we could have used the tunneler to melee block these sight stealers. You know what I mean? Even if it got fucked up hard, just put the tunneler up front and have the tough vampires as a backline to that to take their place if they actually knock the tunneler down. We also have a quest available to get a second Mechaniter. And like I said, when we get some freedom on our map away from, being hemmed in by invisible monsters, we also can go out and start working on our relic quests because we've got 2 of 5 on the first one already. One of them is just to summon a shuttle down on our map. If the shuttle drops in a reasonable place, I don't see any reason why we couldn't knock it out because we've got quite a bit of firepower and the raids for that one are going to be small. I think it also takes into account when you accepted it, so I'm pretty sure we should be able to knock that out no problem. The other one we have to go out to do, so that's not as easy, but we are also getting to the point where we might be able to afford a few colonists to go out. We're also getting to the point where we might want to think about moving out into this big main room. I do want to finish doing the concrete. We didn't do the edges because it's the least essential places, but it will affect beauty. We're not going to be moving in there very much, but we could do that. Maybe we could... Is anybody good at art? Eugene's an 11. We could even start getting some artwork going. It just really comes down to the fact that we don't have access to steel because we can't go outside to where the steel is. We got we got a little bit of steel left. Some of it already mined out up here. We got plenty of steel right next to the base there. We got steel down here. So, like, we've got plenty of resources on map. That's uranium up there. We've got some silver over there, so we could knock out some wealth for trading. We keep getting random visitors dropping on the map, so there's like pemmican and silver and medicine all over the place. Plus we could smelt down any of the weapons for a little bit of extra steel. So just kind of all in all, like we've just been stuck in the base all day. And I'm not upset about it either. We've gotten a lot done. New lovers. Pete and Julie. Why is it always Julie? Julie's in a relationship with half the goddamn colony. Oh, wait, you know what? Let's make sure Julie and Eugene are on the same schedule. Same thing with Maker and Shu. Okay, they're on the same schedule. And then Beatty and Grump. Are you guys on the same schedule? Yes, okay. But yeah, we got about another hour, so anything could happen. What else do I need to talk about? I feel like I've run over. If anybody has any questions or comments or talking points, please feel free to hit me with them. I have talked a lot about playing Dyson, both off screen and tomorrow on Saturday stream. We're going to be doing, like I said, when 1.0 releases for Satisfactory, we're going to be doing a Satisfactory playthrough. I've talked a couple of times about how Zed offered to do a community server for us so we could do a multiplayer session, multiplayer playthrough on it. I'm not sure if Zed's still down with that. If he is, cool. If not, I'm still going to do a single-player session of Satisfactory 1.0. So we'll be doing that on Saturdays after September 10th. What else? As I said, I'm going to go and run a few errands, namely, like, get the rent check in the mail after stream today. It's probably going to take me a little while. I'm going to walk over to the bank. I don't drive. Several years ago, we'll say several, I don't think it's many, but several years ago, I got into a car accident. When my car got smashed up, I was like, do I need a car? I live right next door to a grocery store. I work at home for the most part. Why do I have a car? And I did the math, and expense-wise, it just doesn't make sense for me to have one. So I can drive. I'm not afraid of driving or have problems with driving, but it is something that I don't do currently. But I'm gonna take the opportunity and walk up to the bank, do a deposit. Not the bank. Sorry, I'm gonna walk up to 7-Eleven with the rent and get myself some money orders. Get that sent out to the landlord. All right, these things are deteriorating, so let's get them loaded up. Summon War Queen as possible. So we already knocked out that mech tech. Let's go into bioregeneration. Who is the Neanderthal tribe? We don't want to hit the Impids. It's the green guys. And they're kind of... Yeah, if we hit them there, that shouldn't upset any of our good people. Now again, the reason I'm sending it to the Neanderthals is they often come all melee, and they have the slow runner thing, so we can kite a Neanderthal raid reasonably easily. And since we have the sight stealers... Yeah, I still hear them. Since we have the sight stealers, they would start the fight and soften them up a little bit, so... we're gonna dump our pollution on them. Now, I don't really want to knock out a... one of these things. Alright. We're going to start putting the toxic waste in the refrigerator, or in the freezer. Yeah, dumping tox packs on tribals is free food delivery every time. Yeah. We sent one out to, like, here to see if it would piss anybody off, and we got a -1 with the Empire. I was like, well, it's not bad. Just because I wasn't sure if I wanted a retaliation from Toxic, but at this point, we were talking about doing that with the first Sight Stealer infestation, and now we're on the second one, so it's like, fuck it, let's just throw it at a tribal, see what happens. Tattered apparel, who? Mila, what do you got tattered, Mila? We can get you something nice. Muffalo wool parka. Now that is a little difficult to replace. Cloth parka, excellent. So your Muffalo wool one is giving you 100 degrees. The cloth one will only give you 77. I think we'll still be safe, so we'll do that. Tribals led to a retaliatory raid on Outlanders or industrial factions, though. They just dump you back 3x the amount. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's a way we can play a little bit of round robin, right? Like, let's dump toxic packs on the Outlanders. They'll dump 3 times back, and then we'll dump all of it on the tribals. Right? Why not? The saddest part about this, and I preface that with, it's not very sad at all. We've been able to do our ideology rituals since the beginning of stream. We've been missing out on trying to get recruits because we've been stuck inside and with sight stealers outside the whole time. So, I mean, as far as downsides, that's not the worst thing in the world. I think our people are probably getting bored. But, like, we're legit knocking out all of the rest of the research. Who? Why are you... Okay. Are you hungry? I'm confused. Why don't you go get food? Did I accidentally put you on nothing? I accidentally put him on that. Bank is supposed to be on nothing. Yes, Bank. I need you on the end of the map. End of the lineup. I choose to dump my toxic packs on wasters. Oh, yeah? Do they not care? Because they're wasters? Like, is that like a, I don't want to say exploit, but is that like a pro tactic? Dump it on wasters? And like, thank you! We needed that! It's funny that the diplomatic penalty hit is triggered within 40 tiles of distance to the nearest faction base, even if you dump them on the ocean. Someone somewhere will be pissed. Yeah, that's what happened with the Empire. We dumped it out in the middle of absolutely fucking nowhere on, like, the edge of a piece of ice next to the ocean. And the Empire's like, you're dumping waste. We're a little less likely to be your friends by 1 point. They don't send them back, just retaliate. Interesting. They love their wastelands. They're like, well, it was big disrespect that you dropped that on us. We like it, but it was disrespectful because we know you don't, and it wasn't a friendly gesture, so we're going to fuck you up, but we'll keep the waste. Look at all this plasteel we just, like, ripped out of the ground inside of our base. We're gonna make all sorts of goodies when we can get out of here. We got a party? Hell yeah, party buff. DMCA. I'm not that good of a singer, though. I don't think we'll get copyright strikes on that. Alright, so we no longer have tattered clothing. We've micromanaged as much as we can to make sure people are getting into the warm clothing they need. Our mass psychoid production is 75% done, and then we'll switch everything back over to rice. Once that's all processed up into tea, we'll drop it on our allies, try and get it, or drop it on our friends, try and get them allied, because if we can get some allies, that would be wonderful. We'll also include a bunch of random clothing and probably some textiles along with that, you know, just to try and get as much reputation as we can. And we're knocking out the rest of the last little bits of research that we need here. How much beer do we have? We have a good amount of beer. Let's stop doing hops for now. Hate violence pawns picked a fight with an Itakin. Yep. Oh, hell yeah. More close by steel. Excellent. That is just so cool. Still got another 600 plasteel we can yank. Okay, guys, I'm going to take another quick restroom break. I drank a lot of coffee today. So I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music. If you like it, please go give him some love, because he did it for me for free, because he's an amazing dude. And I will see everybody back here in a couple of minutes. Get up, stretch, take care of yourselves, get a glass of water. I'm going to do the same. I'll be right back. let's get back to the rim. I did not grab coffee. I've been making a little bit more coffee so that when I take my first break, I can grab the extra cup, because I always wind up wanting to get an extra cup, and if I have to make it, it takes me so much longer. But I don't want to be getting into more coffee than that. That's already on the edge of too much coffee. So, Bakyak. What do we got going on? I'll double check our vamps, make sure everybody's keeping their hemogen topped off. I think we've got all of them set to higher levels. We could make another vamp anytime now, but we're keeping one blood bank to one vamp because we want to make sure that we have enough hemogen, not only to keep them topped up on hemogen so they don't get upset and have problems with it, but also so that we have plenty so we can do coagulates, hemogen jumps, and actually use their abilities, because they're very strong abilities. I did not realize we knocked out 4 more advanced components. What were we talking about using that to make? Because we could definitely knock out another piece of bionics real quick. I'm tempted to just make Julie a freaking leg, because she's already a fucking badass. 4.68. Bionic leg on her would get her an additional 12%. She'd be up to like a 5 point something. Manipulation on Mila is low, but she's a cook. I'm not overly worried about that. Old gunshot on BD. Shooting specialist. It's not actually fucking them up manipulation-wise, because their other arm is a bionic arm, so it makes up for the difference. I keep forgetting that Kincaid came to us with Venom Fangs. Bite scar on the torso, we can't do anything about until we get bioregeneration up. Vasectomy we want. Ooh, let's get you back on herbal. Vasectomy, bionic leg. Scratch scar on the left shoulder on Hydrocate, who's a minor. I would say that might be worth doing. Shoe's got an old gunshot on their right leg. Harriet left arm, head, left leg, right leg aching. Okay, we're going to make a bionic leg for our new recruit here. That's set for Ben. Set for Ben. Okay, let's get that in the mix. Also, I don't always say it, but I love the dancing dino you put up when we go to break. It's adorable. Hee hee. What else? I guess because we always wind up having people lurking and I don't realize, I'll do a quick streamer thing, put up the links to Discord and YouTube. I upload all of my links, all of my VODs for Rimworld and Oxygen Not Included to YouTube. I do have a few more videos coming out of Magic the Gathering games on Arena that I played, but we're going to discontinue those videos because they're not doing well. I need to find a new format or start a second channel that's more geared towards that. I think format-wise is the thing. I tried something, didn't work. Sometimes you got to try new things, but I take all of the clips that you guys make from streams and put them up as shorts. So if you guys, well, not all of them, but the vast majority of them. Sometimes you guys clip some weird stuff, but I mean, it's always weird stuff, but good weird is 99% of the time. So if you guys do any clips, I check that on the regular, but feel free to let me know. Mysterious cargo. This could be one of the things we want, but if it drops outside and we can't get to it, we'll be forced to deal with the Sight Stealers. I'm going to let this chill for a hot second. We might take that. We might deal with the Sight Stealers and take that, because if it's an unnatural corpse, I don't know if you can get all of the anomaly events through quests, because there are some you can't get with it set to ambient. I would like to get the unnatural corpse because that's how you get death refusal. I would love to have death refusal in this colony. Also, you can get a revenant spine, which I would like to study and implant. We've got enough firepower that we could put the revenant into containment, study them for advanced research, get ourselves a lot of stuff done, and then eventually once we use them for enough advanced research, or if we get another one, kill them, implant the spine into one of our people, and get an invisibility ability. I've never played with it. I'd like to play with it. We did a full anomaly playthrough, but we didn't experience every single thing. I've seen other people deal with the unnatural corpse. That's how I know about the death refusal thing. But I've never personally gotten the unnatural corpse. I think it took us 3 or 4 attempts to get a colony going on anomaly. So even on the first few attempts, we didn't get it, where we were like stumbling around. Revenant ended one of them. Not like, it was funny because the Revenant really kind of took us out slowly. We learned to wall ourselves in, but just over time, it just wore us down and wore us down and wore us down. So learn to fear those fuckers. Now, not as much. Earlier game, if you let threats get ahead of you and you can't deal with the revenants, they're scary. Like if you've got a low pop colony and you're on bows and arrows or auto pistols or something like that, you might have a hard time dealing with it. You'll have to proactively go and get at it hard, and hopefully you've got some EMPs or flare packs or something like that. But I'd say the most threatening thing in my eyes, as far as Anomaly is concerned, is the Shambler Assaults. They will rip holes in your walls. I mean, we have a little knowledge now to deal with them, but those things can be scary, I tell you what. I gotta cut my hair. I like having the mohawk long. I was on the fence about how long I wanted the mohawk to be. And then, as it got to a certain length, I was like, you know what, I like this. But now it's getting to that length where it's starting to curl. Like, awkward curl at the tip. And I don't like it. I'm looking over at my, my camera, and I'm like, meh. Bionic leg on our buddy here. Okay, so real quick, does anybody have Glitter World in their inventory somehow? No, some of you don't even have medicine in your inventory, which is dumb. Thought I told all of you to have medicine. There we go. Okay, so let's go in here. We're going to put you on Industrial Tech Medicine. Install bionic leg. Where is it? Oh, it's in Ben's hands. Now we can do it. Health. Install bionic leg. Right leg? Yes. Rest until healed. You are set on Industrial Tech Medicine, and Barb is going to do the surgery. Look at our main doctor. Is a 14 without any passion in it whatsoever. It's just mind-blowing. I think she started out at like a 3 or a 4, and we just kind of had to train her up because we never got a good doctor. Oh, and I think I had somebody else set on doctor to administer that psychite, so let's get rid of that. Don't want anybody else doing surgeries. Tattered apparel. We'll deal with that in a second. That's been our that's been the enemy we've been fighting, is tattered apparel all goddamn day long. Oh, they have a gastroanalyzer. That's hilarious. All right, who's got tattered apparel? Humph and Maker. And it is your Thrumbo Fur Parka, which we said we were going to get you down to a Masterwork Human Leather is really not going to cut it. Let's see if we can knock out a better cloth parka for Humph over here. And then Maker, what are you looking at? parka. Okay, so let's knock out a couple of more cloth parkas. And we're not going to do any more bionics. We're just kind of trying to replace what we need to replace as we go here. We're at 200,000 wealth also, by the way. Normally, by the time I'm at 200,000 wealth, my base is like 3 or 4 times the size as far as outer walls are concerned. So I'm not super confident in our base at the moment. We're going to have to do a lot of in-the-field kiting. We've got a lot of offhands, shield packs, and sanity lances, etc. I would really like to get those guys allied, which is why we're doing a full batch of drugs right now. Royal Tribute Collector. Alright, so this might be the end of the Sight Stealers. Or it might just be more junk we can go collect afterwards. Now, I don't want to go third party this because if we accidentally shoot them, then we lose rep. And I don't want to lose rep. Yeah, they're going to get overwhelmed. That is a lot of Sight Stealers. $70 Sight Stealers. You guys see why I don't want to go out and deal with that, right? You see why I don't want to deal with this, right? You've got to be a tough pawn. Yep, tough. There are more than 70. Yeah. I'm not willing to deal with that without a ghoul or a mech to melee block. Like I said, I might consider melee blocking if we had full marine or cataphract on at least one of our melee pawns. But I think even with them being tough in full marine armor, back from outside fun, blue, a Royal Tribute Collector just got annihilated by Sight Stealers. There's 70 plus Sight Stealers on our map. So, good thing I'm not fucking around. They managed to kill 3 of them. But glad you went outside. Saw the end of that? Yeah. How much steel do we have? 185. We need to be able to launch for rep soon. I mean, not super soon, but I'm dying in here, guys. I don't want to say I'm getting bored, but I'm getting a little bored. Like, I'm not willing to turn my boredom into a big mistake, but I would really like to be able to make a little bit more progress here. To faction rep. Well, this is going to be interesting. Do the Sight Stealers aggro to mechs? Yep, I shouldn't have said that. They will aggro. Well, I mean, they're asleep, so I don't know if they'll aggro while they're asleep. What do we got? I always accidentally overlook threats. Centipede Blaster, Scyther, Centipede Blaster, yay. So we could wind up with a lot of centipedes on this map. We're gonna, oh, Auto Mortar. Fires. Okay, so... Okay. You guys wanted some action, or I wanted some action, right? Fuck me running. Oops. Give me a sec. Yep, that's why we're getting an EMP. going, Blue. I'm going to do an EMP shell and then 3 explosives. So... be a full-out war with the Sightsealers. Yeah, that's the hope. Auto mortars are one of my most feared freaking situations. I hate auto mortars. They're the reason I almost exclusively did mountain bases for so long. And I wasn't prepared. Oof. Yes, it does. It does have a forced miss radius, but yeah, shooting does matter. Okay, so hold fire. I think there is a minimum force miss radius, but always at the end of stream, huh, Randy? The reason I never get mortars is because they always seem to come with a shield, so I don't even bother with the mortar. EMP shells, Blue. EMP shells. You let the EMP go just a second before the other ones, it hits the shield, knocks it out, and then hits them. We need to get at least 2 more mortars down. Complete miss on the auto mortar. That thing's gonna come at us. Cross your fingers, guys. Yeah, the mechs themselves are not going to be too much of a problem, but that mortar might land directly on somebody's head. And that makes me nervous. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. I didn't even see where it went or landed. Also, let's make them... not that I think we're going to need the high explosives as much as we need these. Yeah, just in case we run ourselves out here. I really want them to, like, set an explosion that knocks out the shield and or the mortar, but, you know, we'll take what we can get. Thank you, Rebel. Let's make sure high shield is back up. Our mortar's going to fire in 34 seconds. Motherfuckers. It's probably a good idea, Blue, but I didn't do it, so it is what it is at the moment. Okay. Okay. That'll be okay. Julie had to repair hers. Yeah, we need more mortars. Fuck. No, the Sight Stealers did not win. We've still got centipedes. Okay, let's take a hot second here. Let's take a drink of we are working on allying people, Aya. We are like a day or two away from dropping a bunch of drugs to get allied. We're also researching draw flesh beasts, which also would have been helpful. There are any number of things that would have been helpful that we do not have access to right now. Okay, so we kind of need the A team out doing things, namely Barb, Julie. Mr. Ben can stay operating the turret. God, I'm nervous right now. It's always at the end of stream. These mechs are coming at us. So we've got to get a team to deal with them. So I'm picking the team that's going to deal with them, and I'm picking the team that's going to go and deal with the mechs. We're going to have to burn a low shield just to get through this, but we have two of them, so let me just make sure I don't put anybody on the mortars who's got a low shield. I know Barb's got an insanity lance, Julie's got a low shield, and Tachyon's got a low shield. Alright, let's go from right to left. You. Ben and BD can stay on the turrets. You're going to take over there. I don't know what's going on at the moment. You two, can you hold that door to drag them around the other side of the base, please? Okay, hang on. So, let's do this. We're gonna do that. You. You can go on that one. And you can go there. So that is those 4 people. These 4 are going to work our turrets. Hold fire, set force target on this thing. We just got to get one more hit on that, and if we could do it in the next 60 seconds, that would be phenomenal. Okay, those 4 are doing that. Everybody else, come down here. Now let's just take this real slow. We're going to play a little chess right now. Make sure. Oh, did I pull everybody? Am I that asshole? God damn it, Nether. Okay, we're gonna activate one of the soothe pulsars. Yeah, we're gonna have to take them as they come around the turns. So we used to use Go Juice while in base. Home early. You're in time for the madness. A mech cluster dropped right after I said I was getting bored, and now we got to deal with it. It's an auto mortar one too. The Sight Stealers did a lot of work for us, but did not win the fight, so to speak. So, yay. Actually, Maker. Okay, so there is another mortar over here. Okay, it'll take them a minute to reload, but it is what it is. Oh shit, I just had an organization idea. You could rearrange the pawn icons to have different teams and separate them visually with melee pawns. Yeah. Make sure these are all on hold fire. They are. Take our time. That guy's gonna get off a shot, so... Nope. Scorcher went down, that's good. All locked on. Okay, mortar's done. It got off one more shot. So close. So fucking close. What do we got as far as range on their side? Okay, now it's ring around the rosy. Got to keep an eye on that pikeman and that Tesseron and Scorcher. If they have more accuracy, you won't have to replace either. So they're doing more damage to your walls than you have to because they're right against a wall. We can replace the walls, we can't replace the pawns. I mean, they're getting some shooting training. We're combat in darkness, whatever, whatever. I catch what you're saying, though. It's fine. Make sure they're not flanking us. Alright, the minigun one is a hard one. Because it has the same range as us, so... There's another sight stealer. A lone sight stealer. I mean, not gonna say I don't appreciate the distraction. Oh, we had over 70 sight stealers on the map when this dropped. The sight stealers are the whole reason this thing got softened up proper. They took out most of the turrets and a lot of the mechs. All of this over here, this was all sight stealers fighting. Make sure we're not in the line of any turrets. Okay, cool. Line of sight, as far as that is concerned, is pretty good. I want her to shoot this guy, but she keeps missing and hitting the other guy. No, I'm not going to shock lance. We don't need to shock lance the centipede. I mean, I could let Julie solo, but I think we'll knock this out a lot quicker this way. There are a million ways to deal with it. He can even ambush it using doors. Honestly, I think he's saving the shock lance for a drop pod. Yeah, drop pods. I've learned not to be too stingy with my weapons, but in a situation that I know I can handle without them, I'm not going to use them. Oh, we got people coming in from... We got guys coming in from up there. Gotta keep an eye on that. You have range. Alright, now we got to do a little bit of long distance running. Keeping the focus alive. Julie's going to wind up soloing this raid for the most part anyway. I probably should have just sent everybody else inside. God, this thing keeps blocking for his freaking gunner friend. Shock lance could be useful here if he had like 10 centipedes on tow, and even then the insanity lance will be more useful. I think the insanity lance would be a more useful thing, yes. Minor brakelet risk. Ugh. You are gonna get us killed. Gunner, gunner, gunner. This is all Julie. Trying to make a turn with this kind of kiting is not the easiest thing in the world. Sorry guys, I stop breathing and talking when I'm dealing with stuff like this. I got a whole gene pack from an impid, but I'd only been getting single traits before. Yeah, sometimes you get multiple genes, and sometimes you only get one. All right, we need to get pretty much everybody back home except Julie. It's just a bundle now, yeah. This guy's range. Okay. This guy desperately needs to drink a beer. See, the blasters, we outrange. We can hit them and move with the assault rifles. The gunners, the only one that outranges it is Julie. So, that's a thing. The biggest problem we're going to have to deal with is this pikeman, as far as, like, Julie being able to kill everybody, because he outranges her, or equals range. The pikeman, our best bet is to jump our melee folk in to deal with him, but our melee folk are going to get smacked up by the centipedes if we do that. Anybody over here have food on them? You just pause the corpses of an entire caravan. There are a lot of food there. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is a good point. There's also pemmican here, so good call. Your brain starts to get a little foggy when the stress is this high. Just need Julie to eat that pemmican so she can stay out here and kite. See, this thing is starting to catch up. You got that range, and we got that range. It is basically the same range, huh? Yeah, we slowed down those centipedes too much. This thing's getting out in front of them now. Yeah, that thing is just too out in front. I got Barb up here as like an additional decoy because she's got good good mood situation going. Can I look at their move speed? 1.35 cells per second. 1.22. So this one is definitely moving faster. .94. Okay. Tachyon, this is not the time. Come here. Come here. We'll give you a second. We'll take a small kitty break here. Small kitty break. I'll be done in a minute, bub. Randy threw us some excitement at the end, okay? Let me deal with Randy's bullshit, and then I'll get you into the living room for playtime, okay? I want to take this this scyther out. Alright, I'm gonna jump Julie to drop aggro. Is everybody eating food? Okay, everybody is eating food. Not Kincaid, you're in a bad mood. Move everybody over there. Tachyon, not now. I love you, but not now. Come here, bud. I know. It's the end of stream. I know, sweetheart. Can Papa have a couple minutes, though? It's hard to do combat with Kitty on shoulder. Oh my god. Can we just... Oh my god. You want extra hard mode? Play on 500% while your cat takes one of your hands. Buddy, I love you. Give me a second. Here, I'll put on the laser. There you go. Just let me kill the mechs that are walking around. We'll clean up the cluster next week, but let me kill the mechs that are fucking around here. Guess what officially stopped being our problem? Now we go inside, they should re-aggro to the shaman merchant. We'll keep an eye on it, because they might start smacking on a door. That centipede's going for the merchant. Oh, that's why you had a problem. You were imprisoned. I gotcha. Tachyon, this is getting old. If you just give me some peace, we'll get to the end of stream sooner. They're shooting at your animals. Don't you want to deal with it? There we go. Stop it. If they deal with the pikemen, I can literally freaking have Julie deal with everything else. They dealt with the pikemen. I mean, they're tribal, so they're not going to get a whole hell of a lot of work done. Now, they will break eventually. I don't want to be firing over their heads, because them fighting the mechs themselves, no problem. Me accidentally shooting them in the back of the head, big problem. What are these mechs doing? Come on, Purple and Beaver. This is why you double door like this. We need to get Julie a better sniper rifle. If we could get her like a legendary sniper, I'd be stoked. We're gonna wind up with another centipede blaster coming out here. .1 days. I could send a team to try and deal with that, but I think that might be problematic. I think it'd almost be better to let them spawn. Shooting level 19 incoming. You can make a tiny hole on the wall at the south to shoot them safely. Guys, I appreciate all the suggestions. I really do. I'm going to handle this my way if that's okay. Like I'm change my relics. I might add a legendary sniper to the relics. I did not expect to be doing a sniper in this playthrough. They were following people off the map, and it just took a second for his AI to reset. It walked a little too far, but... Now I need everybody else to come out. You guys can deal with the other shit while Julie deals with this guy. I'm going to use this to break aggro from these guys, so they re-aggro to the other people. Or at least that's the plan. So back down to our... Before they hit you is very good. Yes. I mean, we could theoretically just pop out a door, have our melee person lock them up and shoot at them, but I'm not going to risk friendly fire and a bunch of nonsense. We'll just slow and steady this stuff, you know? I mean, this thing's moving so slow, Julie's going to get off 2, 3, 4 shots before it even gets remotely close to her. We just need better damage on it. If we could get a better sniper rifle, I'd be very happy. Or a couple of more with snipers. That's entirely true. You know, we might just try and make some more snipers. That way, like, Julie could get the best of the bunch, and we could get other people with snipers if we need to. Masterwork cloth parka, excellent. Buddy, please, just give me a second. One more centipede, then Daddy will call it for the day, and we'll clean up the cluster on Monday. Is that okay, bud? Is that okay? Alright, there we go. Centipede dealt with. How much time do we have on these? These are 0.9 days till they assemble. There's 2 turrets to deal with. And we've got plenty of line of sight options. Okay. Just, let's double check that Nether didn't miss any of the bad guys, because I've done that a few times. Alright, looks good. Let's get Julie inside, undrafted. We'll lock the door. We'll raid out for the day, and then Monday we'll clean this up. We just got to send out a couple of people with a smoke launcher and some guns. We'll be able to deconstruct the high shield, get ourselves another low shield pack. I'm surprised we didn't have to burn a low shield pack, and I'm really kind of surprised at a lot of things. That auto mortar hit things, but mostly just walls. So that worked out. Okay. Everybody's chilling. Save and quit to main menu. Heck of it, like, good ending to the day. We had a real good grindy day. Got a lot of progress done on the base, on our clothes, on a lot of other things. We've leveled up our pawns quite a bit. So all in all, I think that was a really good day. Oh, let's go raid dig. We're gonna raid over to Digwood. I think they're working on the same colony still. Yeah, this looks familiar. I think they're doing the Arco Nexus, light modded. Thank you guys for an amazing day. It was a very grindy day for most of the day. We basically just stayed inside while Sight Stealers kept us from going out. Right at the end, I said on board, and bam, auto mortar cluster dropped. So we got to clean that up when we get back before more stuff assembles. But if it does, we'll deal with it. It's a pretty easy cleanup. A lot more materials. All right, I got to go and take care of some errands, and then I will. If you see me in Discord later, come say hi. Not sure if I'll be on, but if I am, come say hi. See you tomorrow for some Dyson. Bye, guys.
Gotta give these. They kept the same schedules. That's kind of nice. Oh shit! Right. I don't need to keep.